Good evening, class. Or I guess still late afternoon. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Welcome on in, Creator Unreal, Hanabi, Chair. I see the music has left folks a bit stumped today. And in fairness, this is not a super common or well-known game. Hey, Procione, how's it going? Let's see. Let me put on... I think the opening track is more recognizable. I will give another hint. This is a From Software game. Before they were only allowed to make Dark Souls and Dark Souls-like games. Nope, not Eternal Ring. I miss the wild variety of games that FromSoft used to make. Nope, not Armored Core. Though this is a sequel. But not in the Armored Core series. Oh, sore after some PT. You know what? Let me put on the game that came before this in the series' soundtrack, which I feel like is very recognizable. Because it's, nothing else sounds like it. You are Vin. Here, this is the same series, same composer. This track that sounds like two got slammed together at the wrong tempi. That I honestly kind of love. Yup, you had been listening to the Evergrace 2 soundtrack, also known as Forever Kingdom in the US. I think it was renamed in the US. No Doom 3 tonight. You know what? I will play Doom 3 at some point. Yeah, it was Forever Kingdom in the US, I believe. Also, how you doing, Fizzgrim? Yeah, the Evergrace games have extremely distinct soundtracks. I think for better, some may think for ill, because they sound crazy. But I feel like we don't get many video games that sound like these anymore. Or ever, for that matter. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. About how when we suddenly had the power of CD-ROMs for video game audio, a lot of people didn't know what to do with that. No, yeah, Evil Returns, it's a brand new Megawad for Doom 2. So if you want to download it, actually, it's right over there. I don't know why the text still says Duality in there. I tried to update that, and I guess it didn't work. But I'm about 2/3 of the way through this, and it's been very impressive, very inspired by classic Megawads like Alien Vendetta, influences of Kama Sutra in there, some obvious Plutonia, TNT influence, but I think Alien Vendetta gameplay with the look of things like, you know, modern looks like Ribix's, you know, WADs, inspired the look of this a lot. So you know what? I want to just get in and play it. I've been looking forward to this all week. I wanted to beat it last week, but by the time I was, you know, finishing up, it was already quite late. So let me get in my dooming attire. Then I'll be good to go. Right, Vin, it's funny because you had some companies go the approach of, well, now we can just fit a lot more chiptune and a lot more level into all of our games, and others went, well, what if we did Red Book audio and just had CD audio for everything we did, and then you could play it in your CD player. And they quickly realized that if you do that, you have, you know, not a lot of space left for your game, because CD audio takes up a lot of space. Like a lot. All right, let's get at it. And let's see, is DSDA going to play nice? Yes, it is. There we go. I mean, for a lot of games, I think it totally was worth it. Just to give everybody a quick refresher on what this is, Right. So Fizgrim, that's what I mean when I say Red Book audio. There was actually a whole spectrum of different book color audio, which just denoted what they could be used for. This is just a quick look at map 1 to give people an idea of the influences and aesthetics of this. Got two lovely Doom cute looking ships there. I think a great way to describe this WAD is very traditional, in that it's a, large collection of levels, not necessarily with much of a theme to them, but it's just one mapper's creative outlet, and output collected in one place. Plays great, looks nice, good tunes chosen for the MIDI. Sega with their soundtracks back in the 90s, Hanabi, it's like they somehow managed to throw out great soundtracks and end up with great ones in return. And I don't really know how they did that. I don't think that would happen in other circumstances. So far, though, my impressions of this WAD, I got to the end of map 23 last week, have been extremely positive. And the way I found this WAD in the first place was I was on the Doom World forums, which is where if you're not on the Doom World forum, you've got to get on there. If you like Doom, you kind of owe it to yourself, in my opinion, because that's where tons of community stuff is going on, including just, discussion about Doom, posting of new WADs, and the CAC Award nomination mention thread, which is where I found this, because someone who stops by here regularly, a Doom mapper, Lady Mistdragon, had mentioned this, I believe, as a, nominee for the CAC Awards, which for anybody who doesn't know, which I'd be surprised if there's anybody who doesn't at this point, the CAC Awards are the Doom community's annual award show, where kind of the best stuff to come out in the past year is celebrated and recognized by the community. And this came up in the CAC Award nomination mentions. And I've got to say, it's totally worthy. It might not have, the wow factor that a lot of WADs have. Like, the one I played 2 weeks ago, Duality, had absolutely stunning visual detail, in addition to great gameplay. And while this one doesn't have what I would call stunning visual detail, it looks nice, it looks very traditionally Doom, which I think is a good thing, obviously, because I love Doom. We've also got some very hit-scan heavy maps, meaning enemies like, zombie men, sergeants, chain gunners, which means you gotta really kind of stay on your toes. Oh, are you talking about the master levels, Fizgrim? Because those are, of wildly varying quality. The early days of Doom mapping are really fascinating. And, some of that output holds up pretty well and is still pretty fun today. And some of it are the master levels for Doom 2. But that gives you an idea of what we're into. Now, let's fast forward a bit to where we were. I need to show this map. Map 18, Prepare Thy Anus. Right, Hanabi. It wants to be Doom. It's very traditionally Doom. Now, this map being called Prepare Thy Anus is pretty appropriate, and you'll see why in a moment. There's 226 enemies, no secrets, and this is the first thing you see. There's a room full of archviles. It should be thine. You're right, Psycho Volpez. And there is an invuln over there. So your natural inclination is you're going to run, grab the invuln. But the problem is, if you do that, the Archvile space program is going to send you into orbit. You will not be able to get down. This is a dead end. So the map ends up being a puzzle. Oh my goodness, 80 stream streak, Kaneko, thank you. So really, even if you keep firing your BFG, you're not going to win that fight. What you end up doing, or at least what I ended up doing that let me, win, was we're going to take our weapons and we're going to start exploring. Because turns out... Oh, I messed up my Cyber Demon 2-shot dance. There's a lot of stuff going on in this map. And you can basically work from the outside in. And in doing so, take out the Archviles from the outside, and then use the invuln at the end for cleanup work. It's really kind of tricky, because you expect things to be one way and they end up being another entirely. The opening set piece, though, with all of those Archviles, reminds me of map 21 of classic Megawatt Kama Sutra, called Diablo's Heart, which opens with just a humongous room full of Archviles that you then have to deal with. Now, I've already beaten this map. We don't need to go through it again. Hey, freaking heck, how's it going? We can actually just take a little tour through the maps we've seen so far. This one was pretty fun. Nice and open. A lot of fun fights. There was one room with like 8 cyber demons in it. That was a good time. Just lots and lots of good old chaotic fighting. I shouldn't be running around and leaving all manner of things alive, but that's sort of fun in its own way. Like, what if I just ran through? It's always fun going back to a map after you've played it and just being like, what if I play it in the most boneheaded way possible, just to see what will happen? Whoops. Often you're rewarded with fun. And chaos. I mean, look at this. I should absolutely not be doing this the way I am. There we go. No problem at all, right? We just run by these guys and, whoops. Archviles behind me caught up to me. Thought I might have soft-blocked myself for a sec. I'm amazed I'm alive right now, by the way. I feel like I shouldn't be. There we go. And let me find where I left off, because I believe... Oh, yep, we did our hotel map. Which I really wanted to like this hotel map, because it's a fun concept, but it ended up just being way, way over long. Well, I'll sing something, hee-ho. Right, then we had Arachnophobia, which is straight out of Alien Vendetta. I mean, like, directly. Again, I'm not really complaining. Let me see, what do I want to sing? Well, we're gonna go with the classics as we go into map 24. Test my theory that Doom gameplay and oldies go well together. Wise men say Only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you. It is pretty funny, Hanabi, because you're just like tapping a chain gun and sniping people far away. Like, that is not a precision weapon. Also, I'm absolutely in love with the look of this map so far. Low light, high contrast. Absolutely sick looking. Lava everywhere. There we go. Needs more lava. Not sure how much more you could fit in here, really. So the monsters are fighting amongst themselves, which is always nice. Because with the size of this arena, it would be really easy to get caught up in nasty crossfire. 7 out of 10, too much lava. IGN. That was the complaint they leveled against Pokemon Sapphire, right? Was too much water. That confirmed that IGN was on the side of Team Magma. The remakes, but yeah, okay. It's just like an inherently funny complaint. I don't even think they're wrong, for the record. But I'm also not, like, a huge Pokemon fan. Or I like a couple of the Pokemon games. Well, was it too much nice water? That's the question. I love that years ago when Digital Foundry did their, history of water in video games, they gave a shout out to the Wii U nice water guy. The Miiverse nice water guy. I understand why Nintendo got rid of Miiverse. because it was a terrible idea, but man, it was magical. It was the most unbelievable mix of, you know, actual children and just internet shitposters. Hello, Revenants. That was a fun little ambush. And I'm just remembering the, like, genuinely amazing art lots of people made on Miiverse. You know, drawing on the Wii U tablet. Hey, Nights with Fox, how's it going? Yeah, you should draw her giving birth. It's easy to forget that Splatoon began as a Wii U exclusive. Whoops! Well, I got riddled full of bullet holes there. Dev kit for the Switch, right? Actually, they to be the nerdy, you know, pedantic guy about video games, they don't share architecture at all. The Switch is significantly more modern in, like, the way it renders stuff than the Wii U, which was still sticking with, I think, PowerPC architecture that had been in place more or less since the GameCube. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but... oh, that was loud as hell. One of the worst movies in history. Tell me more. I'm intrigued. And I wonder if I've seen said movie. The Wii was very, very literally two GameCubes taped together. And I don't mean that negatively. Oh, holy hell. Honestly, a lot of the best games on the Wii, and GameCube for that matter, still look pretty nice. Oh, damn. Oh, the Uwe Boll Alone in the Dark film. Yeah, that movie's bad. Like, not even in the fun, like, haha, it's so bad, it's good way. Oh, it just sucks. It's just a bad movie. Right, how do I get in there? There's gotta be one of these that open or something. There we go. Knew there was a way in. I don't know which Uwe Boll film did that. Which, honestly, in the hands of a better or smarter director, that would be absolutely sick. Like, that would be dope. Let's see, how symmetrical are we? Very! House of the Dead. His movies are like an impressive kind of bad. Where, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want this to sound wrong, but I have a bizarre kind of respect for Uwe Boll. Because despite how dog shit awful his movies are, he gets his movies made. Oh, he did challenge people to a boxing match. His critics, and a lot of them thought, oh, haha, funny joke. And then, no, he beat the hell out of them. Hey, Gamma Chris, how you doing? There we go. That's the way you deal with it. Right, he's just, using tax write-offs to get his movies made, or tax incentives. You know what, though? Again, in a bizarre way, I kind of respect it. How many people want to make a movie and never do? So anybody that can actually, get a movie made, I think there's something to be said about that. Yes, that was noted piece of shit Curt Schilling, and 38 Studios it was called. And I have a level of personal beef with Curt Schilling. Not really personal, but being a Red Sox fan, he was a hero to many. And it comes out that, famous moments like, non-baseball people probably will not understand any of the words I'm saying right now. But famous moments like, the bloody sock from, that World Series run, and I think that was the 2007 World Series. Turns out he may have just faked that. And if true, that would, one, be a tremendous scumbag move, but also just really be heartbreaking for, millions of sports fans kind of thing. And then, abusing his goodwill to basically leech public funding and put out exactly one video game that was a resounding, it's all right, which was Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. Does anybody else remember that game? It's a big RPG on PC, PS3, Xbox. James Cameron loves water so much. I'm gonna be real. I have a ton of respect for James Cameron as a filmmaker, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but I really love that James Cameron has now gotten to make his entire film career and career now in undersea exploration by focusing super hard on his autistic hyperfixations, and he's rewarded with the best box office success known to human history. I love that. I love that for him. That's not a joke. I think it's incredible that he gets to make the most, I don't think that's that shocking at all. Just because the amount of work all of his films take. Disney Star Wars makes me sad. Because how do you take, arguably one of the most imaginative franchises, in the history of mainstream filmmaking, and turn it so bland so quickly? Right, they bought, the Golden Goose and managed to make it lay no eggs. I think a big part of that, too, is just they were cranking out so many movies so quickly. Star Wars movies didn't have to come out that fast. Take your time. I don't want, people to misunderstand sequels bad for prequels good. Because the prequels are still really bad movies for the most part. They have a few cool scenes, between them. But don't get it twisted. Those movies still suck. It's just in comparison to something that unimaginative, they seem better. Also, for a lot of people who are younger, those were the Star Wars films they grew up with, so they will love them flaws and all. And that's fine. Just don't pretend they've secretly been, misunderstood this whole time. Because no, people understood them. Exactly, Hanabi. There was at least, imagination in the prequels that brought us, some sick video games at the very least. If there was a, bitchin' sequels video game, for me, the prequels were like my teenage years. So I'd grown up with the original films, watching them on home video a million times with my brother, and playing with Star Wars toys and video games, and we loved Star Wars. And even then, coming out of, the theater for Attack of the Clones in particular, I was like, man, that sucked. That was just bad. Phantom Menace was it at least ends on a high enough note in terms of cool shit happening that you kind of forget how interminably boring most of that movie is. Because most of that movie is really boring. Oh yeah, the thing every moviegoer wants to hear about. Trade negotiations. Right, the prequels did give us Clone Wars, and Clone Wars is sick. Kyle Katarn Saga is, its own thing. Dark Forces is, legacy EU media from the 90s, which really started, with the big push to, revive interest in Star Wars with the whole Shadows of the Empire project, which was comic books, it was the video game, novels. Right, Attack of the Clones has, a slapstick bit with C-3PO. I like Shadows of the Empire. Sure, it's a bit clunky, but it was it was a great look at here's what games can be. We can have all kinds of multimodal gameplay and impressive 3D set pieces that recreate things from the film, the Hoth level it opens with is instantly iconic. Right, Clone Wars is so bad, or Attack of the Clones, rather. No, Clone Wars is sick. Attack of the Clones is so bad that even kids are no, this kind of sucks. You've got to really stink to have a scene where, dozens of Jedi are swinging lightsabers at stuff, and your main thought is, this blows. I have very little hopes for the new series that's coming out soon called The Acolyte, but I'm going to try to go into it with an open mind. Yeah, right, when even the kids are like, this ain't it, then you lost the plot somewhere. Yeah. You mean, Jetster Dexter's Diner? I think that's his name. I do think the amount of discourse around the failed Star Wars hotel thing because of that Jenny Nicholson video is really funny, because you have all of these, grown-ass adult children bending over backwards to defend Disney for a product that already failed, that sucked so bad that Disney themselves canceled it. What are you defending a company for in the first place, let alone over a product that they themselves financially have said, yeah, this was a failure? Really, just, oh god, it just says fight on the ground there. That's ominous, but sick as hell. It's like, what's your incentive here? Did you spend, $6,000 on 2 days at a bad LARP? Like, is that your motivation here? Is that you paid a lot of money for a shitty LARP? 'Cause that's what it is. It's just like, what if you paid a lot of money to have a bad time? And no one wants to admit that, because then you feel like a dick. You feel like an asshole. You got scammed. No one wants to feel that way. A hotel looks cool, but like, I don't know, I'd like to leave it. Or, better, do what Disney was already doing and have it be part of a literal, actual cruise. Fight. Oh, hell yeah. Never mind, this rules. Oh, fuck. Make it the Imperial Prison from Andor. People would pay so much money for it. Like, I can't imagine spending that much on any kind of, hotel experience. I've done a lot of international travel, and it's like, I've never spent anything near that much, including, flights all over the damn world. Oh, there was a third one. 3,000 might be a low ball. If you're going by yourself, you might be paying more than that. And I would say, that's just, for rich, eccentric people. But it's not. Regular families save up tons of money over the course of several years to be able to afford to go to Disney and give their kids what they think will be, a really special experience. So it sucks that, people are getting, ripped off for something shitty. Gotta be aggressive here. Damn it, I got stuck on a tree. Oh, I was going well there for a sec. Part here is very, very Alien Vendetta. Small space, fight a cyber demon. I'm trying to be really aggressive about it. There we go. Whew. That was intense. It's that kind of third cyber behind you that really made that a doozy. I love this. I was promised a fight and I got one. Love the set piece overall, though. Super duper cool. Leave any enemies alive back here? Don't think I did. Right, let's get out of there and see what we can open now. You know what? There are still a bunch of Mancubi that I could kill that I haven't. Let's see where that goes and then decide from there. Oh, thinking of movies, I have... Okay, that's just the exit. I have a seat reserved for a showing of Furiosa tomorrow. I'm very excited to go see it. It was actually surprisingly hard to find showtimes. I guess it's already leaving theaters. That's depressing. It's only been out a couple weeks, hasn't it? There we go. I think someone mentioned Red Letter Media before. I did watch their video they put out the other day about the death of movie theaters, and it has been something ongoing for a long time. I think it says more about movie theaters and, movie watching audiences, which is that people don't want to go to a movie theater anymore because we've gotten very used to watching movies at home. And when a theater sucks but still costs, I think I paid $12.50 for the ticket. Which, I don't care about because I'm one person, I'm not trying to bring a family out for the night. So the map being called Are You Not Entertained? That's pretty good. But I think it says a lot about the theater going experience itself. I was indeed entertained. Quite a lot. What is this music? This is really familiar sounding. Let's see this map. Map 25. The end is near. See, in the before times, I used to enjoy... I would sometimes, with friends, go to a movie theater with no conception of what we were going to watch. We would go to the theater and decide when we got there. Especially because some of our local theaters used to have deals like, $5 on a Tuesday or, a Saturday matinee price. Things like that. I don't know if theaters do that as much anymore. And this is a classic MIDI, by the way. Right. I'm fairly lucky to have 2 good local theaters. But for plenty of people, their local theaters suck. Well, the other thing is, a lot of places just don't have movie theaters at all anymore. Theaters in major metro areas have been shutting down routinely for a long time now. I have to drive about 20 minutes to my near movie theater, which I don't think is too bad. But, a long time ago, there used to be, second-run theaters or neighborhood theaters where, after a film was out of, the big... like the big chain movie theaters, you would, go to your local theater and catch it for cheaper. And that's just, not a thing at all anymore. Oh, well, I shouldn't have gotten that. My theater does have armchairs, and they are pretty comfortable. And they have, fancier concessions. You can get a beer, you can get, decent food. But at the same time, I'd rather just pay a normal amount for a ticket and have a normal chair and see a movie. But I think to a lot of people, the value proposition of a movie just doesn't exist anymore, because it's why would you spend, $12 per person when you could see a movie on streaming, for even one that you have to pay for on streaming, for, a $15 purchase or $4, HD rental. It's I kind of get it. Why people don't go to the movie theater anymore. That and people's manners in movie theaters are pretty bad. I've had theater-going experiences greatly diminished by someone just being on their phone for the whole movie, and it's what'd you pay money to come here for if you're just gonna text the whole time? With full-ass brightness up. Why would you do that? I did also, the last time I went to a, more budget theater, because I thought, $5 matinee, let me go. I went, and the film was being projected so poorly that, like, parts of the image were on the curtains to the side of the screen. And I was really annoyed by it, because it's like, you sized your image wrong. Like, for the amount of screen you have. What are you doing? And after the film, I tried to find any employee to say, hey, in Theater 7 or whatever, you got to talk to your projectionist, like, it's way off. And there was no one to be found. I talked to the people at the concession stand. They're like, I don't know, man. I don't think it even had a single projectionist in the booth up there. I don't even know if that's a job anymore that people have. Or if it's just all automated now. Now, Movie Talker, how bad friggin' heck? Because I don't think movie-going experiences should be silent and sterile. Because, you see great clips of, like, Steven Spielberg had cameras planted around the theater for Jaws because he wanted to see people's reactions to the film. And you can look those up. They're great. It's also a great reminder of what, like, an incredible movie Jaws is. I don't know when's the last time you've seen Jaws, but you should watch it again if you haven't watched it in a while. Watch it with somebody who's never seen it, and don't tell them a thing. And watch their, like, shocked faces at certain parts. Let me try this now. See if this works any better. Seems like a weird place to put an invuln. Rocket launcher. So this mapper really likes putting chainsaws just in spots. See, I really like Jaws, but I think it's the prototype of the summer blockbuster. Like, it's Jaws that invented it. Still one of the best to ever do it. Yeah, don't bother with the sequels. No, that does make sense, Hanabi. Hey, Nanara. I will say, one of the most fun movie-going experiences I had was outside of the U.S. I was in Taiwan. This was in 2013. Decided to take my winter break. I was living in Korea at that time, and go with a friend to visit another mutual friend of ours in Taiwan. And both me and the friend who went, we both speak Mandarin, so we were fine getting around. We just couldn't read very well because everything in Taiwan is traditional characters and we only knew simplified. But despite that, we were having a great time. And we were in a mid-sized city about halfway down the length of the country on the western coast called Tainan. And there was a movie theater there that was a pretty famous theater because they still do all their movie posters as gigantic paintings. Just huge paintings to illustrate, what the film was. And that's, just tremendously fun to see. But so we decided, let's go, to a double feature in the middle of the day just to have, this kind of experience. And the place was packed with kids. They were off school. And one of the movies was Turbo 2, the little snail movie or whatever. And hearing a theater full of kids, like, reacting to every single thing that was happening in the movie was so much fun that it, made you think, oh, this is what going to the movies used to be like as a social experience for people. Or going to a movie at the drive-in. Has anybody here been to a drive-in movie? It is a super fun experience. Whoop! I got stuck. There is still one open relatively near me. Nanara. They just opened for the season now that it's, summer. And, drive-ins in my part of the country have a pretty narrow window to be open. Because springtime, any field is going to be all mud. And by, October, it's already starting to get too cold. But they're great for the summer. Wish I had a BFG. Oh no, I think when we think about, what would get people back to the movie theater, it might be it's too late. Like, there's no putting, the toothpaste back in the tube at this point. Because watching a movie at home can now be pretty much just as good as watching a movie in a theater, depending on, your setup. Like, I have a 4K TV, I have a good sound system, I can get a near theater level experience at home. I wouldn't say quite on par, but nearly. And even then it means that I wouldn't have to deal with many of the annoyances of the movie theater itself, like, bad, people watching the movie with me, who won't shut up or who won't get off their phones or who won't, stop playing Minecraft on an iPad. Just hand their kid an iPad during a movie. Like, what are you doing? Oh, so I've experimented with that, Howell. I've tried that out. The field of view is actually surprisingly like watching a movie in a theater. But I think you are aware of the headset on your head the whole time, and that spoils it a little bit. But you can do that at home, Creator Unreal. I gotta say, one of the best things I bought during the pandemic was like an air popper popcorn thing. So you just put kernels in, and you just get fresh popped popcorn, and then you can, butter and salt to taste. So it will be perfect every time. They're like $15. So incredibly worth it. Popcorn's actually a very, reasonable, healthy snack as long as you don't drench it in butter every time. Really, at that point, it's just corn. Like, you're fine. I will say, though, I am planning tomorrow, when I see Furiosa, to get a nice thing of popcorn, maybe a beer, sit back and enjoy the movie. I'm pretty excited about it. I don't go to the movies that often. Is Furiosa good? I don't know. I'm seeing it tomorrow. Everything I've heard from friends whose opinions on movies I generally trust. I have liked every single Mad Max film I've seen. The first, Road Warrior, Thunderdome, Fury Road, I think they have all been great. I think it might be the first film franchise I can think of to get to 5 movies where they're all good. Plenty of franchises have 5 movies. But how many have 5 good movies? And it's been the same director the whole time, from the old ones to the new. It's George Miller all the way, who's had a super interesting career. You know, he makes stuff like Mad Max, you know, The Road Warrior, Beyond Thunderdome. Then he directs, you know, the two Babe films. You know, the ones with the pig. Then the Happy Feet movies with the CG dancing penguins. And then he decides, you know what, I'm almost 80 years old, but I would like to make more Mad Max films now. And then makes them even more intense and crazy than the first three. No, Babe is great. I'm not impugning any of these films. I just think what a wild arc for your career to take. I feel like I should save the BFG for something else. And deal with these guys with conventional arms. Yeah. Not that many enemies in this map. Oh! Haha! My secret sense was tingling. I found both secrets this map. I feel pretty proud of myself. I'm usually terrible at secret hunting in Doom. Right, so what will this open up? There we go. I hear what sound like Archviles. Nope. But we do have a supercharge if we need it. This map looks... Oh, there we go. Spider Mama's dealt with. Man, they really are a joke of an enemy, aren't they? Whoa! Where are the Archviles? There they are. I might be screwed. I don't think I should have gone down here. Oh, I'm alive still, barely. And now I'm dead. Let's try that again. Right, if the spiders were revealed earlier, I mean, that certainly would have made the fight harder. Oh, there are the Archies. I can just see them. There we go. Nothing a little aggression couldn't deal with. There we go. The end is near. Into the abyss. 696 enemies. Okay. Now we're talking. That's a bit of a whopper. All these corpses, yeah, they could have trimmed 30. All the corpses make me think, okay, Archviles are gonna spawn into this room. That seems like the obvious thing. Oh, are those decorative corpses, you think? Oh, right, because they're not already dead. You're right. I didn't even think of it. Love how the room looks, though. There we go. Don't like that. out of here. Lost souls. Stairwell full of them. Shaped like a fiend. Lost souls are one of those enemies where I'm not mad that they're in the game, because they are honestly a brilliant gameplay addition to Doom. I'm mad because of the many, many times I have died to them. Like, it's entirely my fault. Speaking of things that are my fault, I just squandered that Megasphere like you wouldn't believe. There we go. Both. I have had it happen a bunch of times where I've finished what feels like, you know, a large, intimidating fight, only for a straggling lost soul to put, like, the final blow on and take me out. This is certainly a big, wide open room that I'm sure won't fill up with nasties any moment. Oh, can I not make it up there? Surely I must be able to somewhere. Does it really want me to kill all this stuff first? More surprised there's no obvious way up unless I'm missing something that's really clear and I'm just being a little dumb. I don't think I am. Huh! That was a secret. I am missing something really obvious. Just like, I've walked past it at least twice. Let me look more closely. There it is. I could confirm it on the map, but nah. Actually, that makes it really obvious. Should have done that. All right, what are we going to have in here? App called Into the Abyss. Oh, there we go. Hey, Praise the Sun. Just enjoying some new Doom here. You know it, every Wednesday. I'm doing great. Well, you know, it is Wednesday. There's one thing everyone loves to do every Wednesday. Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King's Knight, Dig Dug, Chew Man Fu, Harvest Moon. League Puzzle Pokemon. So Jim and Earl in panic on Funkotron. Castlevania, Fatal Fury, Ninja Chachumaru, Kunak, Racer, Blazing Lasers, Bases Loaded, Mega Turrican, Cybernator, Rolling Thunder, Dynastic Hero, Bubble Bobble, Double Dribble, Double Dragon, F-Zero, F-Zero X, and Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Cruis'n USA. Let's keep it going. What am I feeling, though? There we go, we're back. The Paul McCartney hit squad did not take me out. We've got a sea of monsters. Let's go beyond it. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Somewhere
beyond the sea. She's there waiting for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms I'll go sailing. It's far beyond the star, it's near beyond the moon. I know beyond the doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet beyond the shore, we'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing.
Is that all you had, big fight?
I shouldn't taunt it, but I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet, I know we'll meet beyond the shore. We'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. No more sailing, so long sailing. Bye-bye sailing. Move on now, Captain. So long. Let's see. We're not done. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's no one else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. Hello. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Can't take my eyes off that. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I've found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay. Oh, please, baby, trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby.
I see what it's having me do. You think you're at the end of a map, but no. Not at all. See, what else? I think I owe one more. Well, I listened to this whole album the other day after mentioning it on stream. It's so good.
Really don't mind if you sit this one out. My words but a whisper, your deafness a shout. I may make you feel, but I can't make you think. Your sperm's in the gutter, your love's in the sink. So you ride yourselves over the fields, and you make all your animal deals, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick.
Just at the tail end of the song Thick as a Brick by Jethro Tull. Classic song from a classic album. Well, this is how to start a map. Give me a super shotgun and an archvile, just face to face. And just enough of an alcove to not get zapped. What map did you have in mind, Neko-Rin? So we've got 2 secrets. Don't see any yet. Operation Ibis Island. Not heard of that. I'm going to have to look into it. This WAD has very openly worn a lot of influences on its sleeve, including lots of Alien Vendetta-esque set pieces. I personally have been enjoying greatly. Difficulty curve is also just right, where it's challenging but not frustrating. It's just very solid, very classic feeling Doom, for lack of a better word. Oh, like Dino Crisis, the PS1 game? A long time ago I played Dino Crisis. Remember it basically just being, you know, Resident Evil, but with dinosaurs. It's not a bad thing, mind. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have remembered that. Realize I've never played Dino Crisis 2. I've played 1 and I've played 3. And 3 is the bizarre one on original Xbox. Full map with puzzles for GZ Doom. I'm gonna have to look into that then. I didn't dislike Dino Crisis 3, I just thought it was weird. Is it not well liked by fans of the original? That wouldn't surprise me if people were down on that one. Bad fever dream. It's not that bad, is it? Been a long time since I played it, but I don't remember it being terrible or anything. It could be, for all I remember. Well, Dino Crisis didn't really have a camera as such. It was fixed camera angles. Much like, you know, Resident Evil would do. I don't mind, you know, tank controls or fixed cameras. I know a lot of people don't vibe with that. But honestly, I feel like you should be able to learn, you know, how to use tank controls, rather than expecting games to conform to what you're used to for control standards nowadays. That's just a pet peeve of mine, especially when I hear people talking about older games saying, oh, well, the control scheme feels dated because it uses, you know, a certain type of control scheme. You know, like, oh, the tank controls feel really dated. Do they feel dated, or are you just used to something different than that? You know, and are those the same thing? You know, I'm not convinced that just because we have other methods of control for, you know, 3D game environments, it doesn't automatically make anything that came before dated. Yeah, right. Like, I mean, I would hope nobody says, you know, oh, the original Super Mario Brothers feels dated to control. Because how? It's, you run and you jump. You know, what's dated about that? But I'm also being far too optimistic and hoping that nobody has said that. Hey, Lady Miss Dragon. It was actually indirectly on your recommendation that I decided to play this. So I think I saw you mention it in the CAC Award nomination, you know, mentionation thread. I'm used to the Mario 64 camera, but it definitely could be better. But oh no, Dragon Quest X, that's still a live service like game. People like, isn't it still? It's not retro. It's still live. How are you calling that retro? That would be like calling EverQuest retro. EverQuest is still getting new official expansion packs. Yeah, one of those. I can't remember. I can't remember what I say. Come on now. Their argument was it's a Wii game. No good. I don't accept that argument. Starting to get cybers all the time now. This is exciting. Whoops. Right. I've talked about this at length. I just think the label of retro has stopped being useful. When you start including things like, the PlayStation 3 in your retro label, I don't think it belongs there. And I really don't think it ever will. And that's not just me being old. Heretic 2's a retro game. That's fine. I accept that. I mean, I will begrudgingly accept the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox as retro. And I say begrudgingly because they are kind of the last, real hurrah of standard def gaming being the expectation and norm. The Wii was the outlier for being standard def in 2006. There we go. It's also tricky with computer games because it's like, well, they could run it, pretty much whatever resolution you wanted. Right, that's kind of how I feel about it, Hanabi. And even though they're imperfect, the kind of loosely agreed upon console generations people have come up with, I find are a more useful distinction. There's a broad, if flawed, understanding of what, 8-bit means. Now, bits as they were used in advertising don't correlate to reality at all, but that's, advertising speak, which you should ignore in any case, like in all cases. All right, this will be our next thing here. Yeah, yeah, only you. Anybody else, forget about it. Like, what's a good video game? One that I like. Next question. Hey, thanks, Byte. Kind of near the tail end of Evil Returns here. Having a great time with it overall. Chain gunners everywhere. I think you should try the original Wizardry games, even if you're, worried your sanity won't make it through. Because there's something extremely rewarding about playing a very old game on its own terms. Learning to play it, learning what is expected of you as the player, and getting through it that way. Rather than expecting somehow rather than expecting an updated version of the game. Making maps is fun. Making maps is the gameplay. An auto map is not an automatic improvement. That is a fundamental change to the gameplay design. one is not better than the other. Oh, you spawn in. That's where you came from. Well, thank you for that face rocket gift. Right, you know, making a map as you play a game. Taking notes while you play a game, you know, on a little notepad and stuff. That's part of the gameplay. And that people will be disdainful of that and think, well, it's newer, shouldn't it do it for me? Why would it? Yes, Hanabi, and it was a big hit series on the back of that gameplay premise. You know, of you have to make your own map. Granted, the map making tools are extremely, you know, it's very streamlined and easy to do. That's a big part of why it's so fun. Because they made sure it was, you know, fun to make the map. They made that accessible, a core part of the gameplay. But yeah, no, that series became popular on the back, fundamentally, of classic dungeon crawling and map-making gameplay at its core. You know, don't tell me that gamers don't want to do that anymore. That was a full damage RNG hit there. That sucked. Right? I miss the form factor of the DS. I'm sad that we don't have anything like it currently, really. Like, you can sort of do that with, you know, the Switch or any other touch screen-based system. How's it going, Rue? Is that how I should call you? I have to admit, as an American, the Amiga line holds very little intrigue for me, because no one in my family, apart from my cousin who had a Commodore 64, was ever in anything but the IBM, you know, PC space. No, there was a luggable Commodore 64 form factor, but that was just a normal color CRT. The only thing to ship with a vector graphics screen is the Vectrex. It's just a home game console, where the unique screen was part of, you know, the selling point. It's funny, there is a local store near me that has about a dozen Vectrex games for sale, but no Vectrex unit. If they had the system itself, plus all of those games, I would be hard-pressed not to make a very silly financial decision. Because I've played on a Vectrex multiple times. It's incredible. The screen is amazing. Because again, it is not pixel graphics. They are vectors. It's a fundamentally different display technology. That carries over into the games, too. Means they look amazing. But with what Vectrexes go for these days, I can't really justify that to myself, even as a, you know, luxury, fun purchase. Plus, let's be real. I own enough failed consoles for anybody. One might say I own too many failed consoles as is. Like, I'm waiting on parts to repair a Philips CDI. Technically a Magnavox manufactured CDI, but same thing. Well, the Vectrex also came out at a record low period of market confidence in video games in North America, which some people call a video game crash, But that crash was very, very localized. That was not a worldwide phenomena. It was really just like North America experienced a market downturn in the home games console sector in 1983, which did have big knock-on effects for a long time, but it's not this, worldwide thing. Even though I am an American, I really, really wish that the way people talked about retro games online wasn't so, explicitly American. I feel like people have a really incomplete picture of the history of gaming because of it. And then you get, talking head YouTubers who are in their 20s who have never, they didn't experience any of this stuff. And they're just out there uncritically repeating information. So, Hanabi, you would not be surprised to learn that every time I see a DVD player at a thrift store, I do a check on the model number to see if it was a Nuon-compatible DVD player. Because I can tell you right now, 2 pieces of software I would be super excited to show if I got a Nuon-compatible DVD player. I would need to show Iron Soldier 3 and Tempest 3000. The Nuon, in a lot of ways, was a direct successor to the Atari Jaguar. Which, again, I'm aware sounds like a crazy person sentence. Iron Soldier 3 is on PS1. It was originally targeted for Nuon. The Iron Soldier series has the messiest list of consoles it released on, because Iron Soldier 1 was for Atari Jaguar. Iron Soldier 2 was for Jaguar CD, though I believe it had a cartridge release as well. And Iron Soldier 3 came out on the Nuon and the PS1. I do not believe there is a Nuon golf game, and there are no Jaguar golf games. So while I do regret selling my Atari Jaguar a little bit, I don't regret it that much. It's one where if I ever saw one local at a good price, I would pick one up again, and then probably just get a flash cart. I will say, Iron Soldier is sick as hell. Like, the games that are actually on Jaguar, there's a fair library. Some of them are absolutely sick. Like, some just rule. It's almost worth having one for Tempest 2000 alone. That's how good Tempest 2000 is. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here, huh? Oh, I've locked myself. Okay. Right. The Mega Drive, or Genesis as we called it here, was very successful. Hey, Bones, how's it going? In North America. So much so that it actually briefly overtook Nintendo for market share. So they had very effective advertising. They had a lot of games Americans were interested in. It's always interesting to me how, in Japan, for a lot of its lifespan, the Mega Drive was a sort of distant third, or not distance, but a pretty clear third place behind, Nintendo and NEC's offerings. Joe Montana Football was a system seller. Arnold Palmer Tournament Golf was a system seller, and you know what? Having streamed that game now, I can see why. It's really good. Has amazing graphics, music, and gameplay. It's a clear generational leap over the, 8-bit Nintendo. That's the thing. The Genesis Does What Nintendo campaign was always about comparing, 8-bit to 16-bit. It wasn't about the Super Nintendo. The N64 was I'm not going to go so far as to say a flop, but it was at that point a nearly unprecedented failure in Nintendo's home console offerings. And I'm sick of 20-something YouTubers being like, the N64 was amazing. It's like, not really. There were months and months, even in the prime of the system's life, when literally no new games came out. There were huge software droughts for the system. That's not the mark of a successful or healthy system. Right, Nintendo were being very Japanese businessmen about the N64 and their expected level of success. Because they had pretty handily dominated, for the past 2 console generations. Especially within Japan itself. NEC made a good run at it and briefly, outsold the Famicom. But the Mega Drive never really cut into the Super Famicom's popularity. Excuse me. Right. And the thing is, there's no games on N64. Wasn't even a meme. It launched in North America with 2 games. And then it was like another month before any other game got released. The software droughts were huge. I mean, Hanabi, I do personally have a reasonably long list of what I think is, worthwhile N64 software. But it's a fraction of the length of the list for PlayStation and Saturn. PlayStation has so many damn games. I don't think I'll ever run out of interesting PlayStation games to play. Like, ever. That's how impressive a library it has. Alright, let's handle this with care. I need this. There we go. Oh, god damn it. Hey, Adam, welcome in. I mean, I can name third-party N64 games that I think are good that I like a lot. But it is a much shorter list. The 2 Goemon games. Konami were cooking with that. Doom 64. All of Jukes' wrestling games. Was it Ukes or Jukes? It's one of those. Rare is second party, so I'm not going to count any of their titles. I will count The World Is Not Enough, the other James Bond game. The one that's not GoldenEye, which is also very good. Mischief Makers, that's a good title. YLA Country Club by T&E Soft. Not as good as the Saturn version, but still good. It's weird. Yeah, The World Is Not Enough. The Turok games. Doom 64 on original hardware, I think plays fine. I don't think you'll have a bad time if you play it that way. Ooh, you know what's an N64, to use a phrase I hate, hidden gem? Beetle Adventure Racing. That's a shockingly fun racing game. San Francisco Rush games. Those are great fun. The Extreme G titles, not as good as F-Zero, but you know what? For a weekend rental, they were fine. I played so much San Francisco Rush and Rush 2 with my father. That's the thing, the N64 has a lot of good arcade ports from the time. Hydro Thunder. Like, sure, it's better on Dreamcast, but what if you didn't have a Dreamcast? The N64 version was very good. Which track? Oh, Pod Racer. Oh, that's another thing. All of the Factor 5 games on N64. You know, Rogue Squadron. Rogue Squadron and Battle for Naboo. Those games are amazing. Those really push the hardware, too. Like, to or beyond its limits. The N64 did have a very powerful, you know, hardware configuration for the time. Really, the N64 was handicapped not as much by using cartridges as people think. It's the extremely small texture cache. 4 kilobytes. Nintendo should have known that was not enough. The other thing is, there could be, on the N64, what was called custom microcode. Basically instructions that you could write to, you know, tell the system to execute whatever instructions. Which could include streaming data directly from the cartridge instead of putting it into RAM first. But Nintendo held back a lot of that code from developers that weren't their, like, already chosen partners, because they wanted their own software to comparatively look and play better. It's not a great strategy. Well, the texture cache, what that does is it is the amount of texture data you can store basically in memory without having to swap it out and load anything else in. Hold on, I gotta take a sip of water. There we go. Yeah, the PS1 was suddenly, you know, developers had a sense of freedom from Nintendo's very restrictive practices, especially as it went, you know, related to licensing fees. Because developers, you know, and publishers were unhappy that Nintendo made a lot of the money on game sales. Because, you know, apart from a few partners, you know, in the early days of the Famicom, if you wanted to make games for Nintendo, Nintendo themselves were the ones manufacturing the cartridges, and therefore making a lot of the money. Which is why you would get all these, you know, developers now, Sony with a much smaller license fee for the PlayStation, snapping up developers left and right. And the PlayStation was relatively easy to code for by comparison, because the N64 was very difficult to code for. And that was sort of on purpose. You know, Nintendo's CEO, Hiroshi Yamauchi, wanted it to be hard to make games for N64, thinking that that would raise the overall quality of titles, instead of realizing that will just reduce the number of titles, period. Right, and while the N64 does have a few fighting games, and some quite good ones, you didn't have You didn't have Capcom. You barely had Konami on the platform. You know, Nintendo's legacy partners through the past console generations skipped out. They didn't show up. Granted, Konami did make one of my favorite weird N64 games. That's a really good one, Dan. Excuse me. Yeah, lack of texture correct, mapping on the PlayStation bothers the hell out of me and always has, even back then. I know some people like the wobbly look of PlayStation polygons. I hate it. I can't stand it. It's one of my least favorite things about the PlayStation. You'll notice a lot of the games I play on PlayStation on stream don't suffer from that very badly because they were a little more conservative in their approach. Like Guardians Crusade, Night and Baby, doesn't have that nearly so bad. Makes Spyro almost unplayable for me. I hate how Spyro looks. Wobbly ass polygon dragon. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Yeah, Spyro got a remake. I also just don't like the gameplay of Spyro very much. I don't like collection-based 3D platformers very much. I am also a confirmed Crash Bandicoot hater and always have been. I don't like running into the camera in a game. I don't think that's fun. Not only were Nintendo pissed about that, but Shinji Mikami was pissed about that. Especially because, let's be real, the PS2 version of Resident Evil 4 really sucks compared to the GameCube one. It runs at a much lower resolution, has almost all of the lighting effects removed or dulled down, runs worse. It's just it's one of the worst ways to play Resident Evil 4. I don't think it's the one most people played. I think the GameCube one might have genuinely sold more. What's spawning in behind me? I hear things spawning. I don't trust like that. Know what I'm going to say? Know what version of Resident Evil 4 you should play? Play the Wii version of Resident Evil 4. Has all the content that had been released up to that point. Has an incredibly good control scheme with the pointer controls. But you can also just use a GameCube controller if you prefer that. Full 16:9 widescreen 480p presentation. Resident Evil 4 on the Wii is still my favorite way to play it. Like, I think you can't go wrong. I still don't even understand why... Well, no, I understand why Resident Evil 4 got a remake, because Capcom likes money. But I don't understand what needed to be remade with Resident Evil 4. What was there about it that wasn't, working for people? It was already available on modern platforms. Like, what needed updating? Did they remove QTEs? Why? When QTEs are done right, they're a lot of fun, I think. Oh, God. How are they even outdated? They look great. They look awesome. Even the GameCube original, like, people's faces are detailed, the animations are great, the texture work is nice, the lighting's incredible. Like, make it make sense. How does it look old or outdated? Excuse me. It's not just Zoomers, though. That's the thing. It's, people my age who are like, oh, I want the new shiny thing. I don't understand it. like the people who have bought The Last of Us on 3 different console generations now. Why? Like, man, why? You're telling me there's that big a difference? Did Neil Druckmann try to call it the Citizen Kane of gaming? Because if so, one, that's really funny. But it's also not even accurate because he's trying to use, Citizen Kane as some kind of byword for like a big artistic achievement, which, don't misunderstand me here, Citizen Kane's a great movie, and it pioneered so many, filmmaking techniques that we just take for granted now because that's simply how movies are made. But Citizen Kane was absolutely 100% mass market, big budget, like, you must go see this movie. Like, it was like a Michael Bay movie is closer in like cultural level to what Orson Welles was doing with Citizen Kane. It was meant to be like the be-all end-all word in entertainment for the masses. It was not some artsy-fartsy thing. It's like when people go like, oh, this isn't Shakespeare, to try to say, well, we're not trying to be high culture. Shakespeare's not high culture. Not at all. Like, Shakespeare was lowest common denominator, like, mass entertainment. That's not to say that it isn't, filled with beautiful things. It is. But to pretend like it had high artistic aspirations or cultural aspirations is simply not true. I rewatched one of my favorite Shakespeare adaptations recently, actually, which is the 1996 Baz Luhrmann Romeo plus Juliet. The, like, hyper-stylized, modern setting, still period dialogue film. I love that adaptation because it's really funny in the places where it's supposed to be funny. It looks amazing, and it finds new comedy simply, in its visual presentation, which is exactly what Shakespeare would have wanted. Stage directions, were not included in the folios because those were basically, industry secrets. The way you staged your play was a big part of what made people go see it if they wanted to. So, the reason why we have so few stage directions. It is Hanabi. It's one of the least subtle movies ever made, which is fitting because it's one of the least subtle plays ever made. Also, just the opening scene, the, like, shootout at the gas station, where everybody's sword, or gun, literally says, like, sword, 9mm series on it. It's so unbelievably stupid that I can't help but love every second of it. You've also just got great performances from all of the leads and supporting cast. Like, it's a well-acted, brilliantly shot, tremendously entertaining adaptation. It's everything I could want. That's the thing. When you're a teenager, like, the last thing you want to do is watch any version of Romeo and Juliet because you've already been poisoned into thinking that it's like, boring stuff for old people. When, like, no, this is about two teenagers who, really want to get down and their parents hate each other. Thing is, we still see Romeo and Juliet's story everywhere. You know, if you've ever seen West Side Story, hey, guess what? You know Romeo and Juliet. That's it. 100%. That's the story. Only, you know, set in race relations in 1950s New York. Instead of, you know, just rival families in Italy. It's a cautionary tale for teenagers. Don't have sex. You will die. I've not seen Romeo and Juliet, so I cannot comment on its quality as adaptation. One of my favorite adaptations, though, apart from Romeo plus Juliet, is Tromeo and Juliet, the unabashed schlock garbage from Lloyd Kaufman's Troma Films Company. Which features the Montague and Capulets as rival, like, porn drug czar families, and is filled with grotesque visuals and bodily dismemberment and decapitations and all the good stuff you go to the movies for. It also adheres shockingly closely to the original story. Oh, hello. There we go. Nice little two-shot. Yeah, Tromeo and Juliet. Tremendous fun. Show kids that in school. I mean, probably don't. I don't think that would go well. You would probably lose your job. But oh wait, I didn't get the red key. That's what I was there for. I just didn't do it. Let's try all of that again, shall we? Oh my god, sorry, pollen is killing me lately. What, the Franco Zeffirelli one? The, like, 60s one? I remember liking that one, Howell. Or is it just because of the nudity in it? That your teacher probably forgot was there. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Like the wind. Yeah, they just forgot the nude scene. How uncontrollable was the classroom for the next, like, 10 minutes after that? Right, like she thought that would stop a bunch of teenagers from freaking out about a boob. Did I mess up? Hold on. I'm gonna cheat for a sec. Did I just not pick up the key? I may have done. Map is really big. Go this way. Nothing there. Don't think there's any button I've forgotten to hit. The EKT song. I have no idea what that is. Yep. I missed picking up the key. Quite a bit there in the woods. There's a lot of Sunder and Sunlust inspired architecture in this set, but I'm not complaining. Oh, was that the one where they tracked down where it came from and it was just some 80s porno? Because that's pretty funny. these are all gonna lower. Yep. Are they all gonna be Archies? No, just that one. All right. Wait, the band that made the song that was in that porno is now releasing an album because of the rediscovered popularity? Oh, so the guy who found the song was just being really evasive, like, and didn't want to admit that he was just watching vintage porno? Why? You found a sick song. Be like, yo, check out what I found when I was watching old porn the other day. Like, why be ashamed of it? Doesn't change that you found something cool. Regardless of where it came from. Ow. That hurt. There we go. It's very strange, Dan. Angels of Passion. See, that's not just like a porno at that point. That's a film. You watched, an adult film. You're allowed to do that. There was a period in time in American society where it looked like adult films, real serious movies that contained sex scenes were going to become the norm. It's wild to me seeing people complain about, like sex scenes in movies like Oppenheimer. It's like, was that really necessary? Or I felt uncomfortable watching it. It's like, are you 12? Like, what's wrong with you? You can't, watch a movie. We're seeing people say, oh, movies are too sexual now. Movies are as chaste as they've been since, like, the Hays Code went into enforcement. Like, the average 80s or 90s film would make these people's heads explode. It's insane to me. I don't get it. Whoa! Hello, boneheads. Right. They're like Mr. Smithers at the strip club. I don't get it. Oh, there's Archies too. Sit him down with Samurai Cop. God. Samurai Cop is a treasure. Absolute, like, bargain basement level everything, and it's perfect. The horrible, horrible wig the guys got on at the end for the reshoots. Even then, Dwarven Crusader. That means they never watched anything even more than, like, 10 years old. Because you watch, mainstream films from, the 80s, 90s, 2000s. And, like, yeah, there's plenty of nudity. And you don't got to be weird about it. You don't have to project your own insecurities onto, the whole movie-going public. In fact, please don't do that. Yeah. It's katana, Japanese for sword. Oh yeah, the burn stunt kind of gone a little wrong. Also, I don't want this to sound insane, but what is it about scenes where, actors are in burn suits, getting lit on fire, that's so insanely cool? Like, it's thrilling every single time. Even when it's done relatively poorly, it's cool as hell. Because fire is cool. I mean, yeah. Yeah, fake fire sucks. Fake fire looks terrible. Oh, interesting. Falling off is an instant teleport. Might be able to use that. Hey, thank you for the bits. Right, like, everybody's had a minor burn at some point. On the topic, though, of, sex scenes and nudity in movies, it seems there's something really disconcerting to me about ostensibly grown adults that are so uncomfortable with any, even, non-pornographic depiction of nudity. A sex scene in a movie between, like, a literal married couple or, people falling in love or something, like, that's not weird. Like, that's as far from weird as you can get. And I wonder, where is this kind of modern prudishness coming from? Oh my god, the rampant reuse of, like, the one sex scene in the room is so funny. Because she's like, Tommy, I'm not doing that again. Like, you've got one shot. Praise Jeremiah Wilmington Allen Griffin Jr. I don't know who that is, but you have a really fun name to say. Maybe Fizz. But I've heard it from a lot of people, and it's strange to me. Oh boy, we got the bots. Let's get rid of them. There we go. I think you're right, Bear in the Woods. You've now got, generations of adults who have never consumed any kind of challenging media. I mean, this is something that bothers me a lot. How many people in their 30s only read, like, young adult fiction? And it's like, aren't you interested in anything else? Like, wouldn't you like to, I don't know, read a grown-up book? Not, for lack of a better term. Like, you can just read fiction. I mean, I'd say that is both warped and isn't, Dan. Watch Ninja Scroll together. Okay, that's a little bit. But, point is, you were watching it, with an adult who could talk you through the things you were seeing. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, I don't mean to put down, young adult fiction, because there's lots of young adults out there. They need fiction. They need things to read and enjoy. And it's fine to, have popcorn books you like. For example, I like Brandon Sanderson's, Cosmere books. Are they, great literature? No, not at all. Do I enjoy it because it's fun? Yeah. Do I, have an aneurysm over a sex scene in a movie? No, because I'm a normal, grown adult person. God, Harry Potter adults are a different breed entirely. Separate from anything about J.K. Rowling as a person. If you try to read those books as an adult, you'll be like, man, I'm surprised I even liked this as a kid. 'Cause this sucks. They're not good. Oh, Thunderbolt Fantasy is so cool. Yeah, it's like, just let it go. You can... I'm even fine with you, letting your happy memories be happy memories. But, please read any other book. Read anything at this point. It's like, for the love of God, read anything. That's fair, though, Dwarven Crusader. It's different kinds of violence. It's a little weird to think that, the realistic gangster violence of The Godfather is somehow more palatable. Because for a lot of people, I know the opposite is true, where fantasy violence they can enjoy no problem. But things like, scenes in The Godfather make them, feel ill. Terry Pratchett's right there. Thank you. I mean, everybody's got their own, threshold for movie gore as well. Because, the violence in something like the Saw films, I don't generally enjoy that much because it's... After, the first two, it's just, weird contraption torture porn. And it's like, I'm not getting anything out of this. I also just don't think they're very good movies. The disgusting body horror of something like The Thing doesn't bother me very much. The best way to know that Eli Roth sucks is that he tried to, remake Cannibal Holocaust and made a film that was tamer than the original. I mean, nobody can stand up to, 1980s Italian directors for sleaze and, objectively horrific movies. You can't beat Deodato at his own game kind of thing. No, Green Inferno was tamer than the original. it might have what looks like more, shocking levels of violence, but it has nowhere near the same impact. Because it's just doing what somebody else already did. And what's, scary about that? Nothing. I'm not fighting this stuff, I'm just leaving. The map was long enough. I mean, Cabin Fever was like right at the start of his career, wasn't it? So I remember thinking that one was okay. I didn't care for Hostel much. Well, that one was a pretty big hit. Right, the contraptions in Saw are so silly that, like, they're a thingamajig. I can't be seriously frightened that, oh no, he's in the what's-it. He's in the thingamajig. For the, like, anxiety of, what's going to happen, of seeing the, oh no, he's in the doodad. But for the genre of, a bad thing is going to happen and we, the audience, know the bad thing is going to happen and are powerless and just have to wait and watch bad thing happen. My favorite of those style of movies are the Final Destination films. Of which I like a couple of them. I like the original because it was a fairly fresh concept at the time. I like the second one because it has that scene with the logs on the highway that alters your brain chemistry forever when you see it. Yeah, so I was like, you cheated on your SATs, so we put you in the penis explosion machine. Live or die. Right, the first Saw works because it's two people being forced to live with, the consequences of their actions. I liked the fifth Final Destination movie, the one just called The Final Destination. I think that's what it was called, or something like that. 'Cause that one had a few genuine scenes that were just like, oh man, I don't want to watch this. The scene with the gymnast girl in 5 is so good at just teasing you along as the audience. And you see, like, there's a nail on the balance bar and you think you know where it's going. You think you know what's going to happen. And then it pulls the rug out from under your feet really effectively. If they're doing a new Final Destination, I'd be interested to see what they come up with. If not necessarily optimistic. God, I'm so bad at platforming in Doom. God damn it. The thing with Final Destination is you need the movie to be more than just contrivances for creative ways to kill people. Do you know what I mean? Like, if that's all you've got, I don't think you have a good enough foundation for a movie. Oh, Nike, this WAD is very impressive. Part of the problem with Final Destination now is that we all know the gimmick. We all know the way these work. A group of people are going to cheat death, and then what? You know it'll catch up to them. And I think that just, it loses its appeal when you know the game. That's like how the Hellraiser franchise, I was talking a couple months ago about, I watched the new one finally, the like 2022 reboot. I guess you'd call it a reboot of it. And I wasn't impressed by it. But part of the problem with trying to make, like, you know, a new Hellraiser movie is we know the gimmick. Like, we know what it is about. It also didn't help that our, you know, lead character, I found her profoundly unsympathetic. Like, all of the things that happened were her fault, you know? In a very direct way. Whereas, you know, part of what made, you know, Christie in the first two films effective was that she was kind of thrust into this situation and had to deal with it. And somehow, the new Hellraiser both managed to be overlong, like taking absolutely forever to get going, and then somehow still felt like it was leaving itself, you know, shortchanged in other areas. It's like, how'd you manage that? You made your intro 30 minutes instead of 10, and then left out the things we'd actually want to see. It also did something that I have a real beef with, which is they did actually have lots of good practical effects on set with, like, the Cenobite makeup and other, you know, stuff like that. And then the movie is so dark, so dimly lit, that you can't see any of it. It's like, great, you've just slathered, you know, your film in darkness, and now I can't see this frankly impressive makeup work that you've done that I really want to see. That's a gripe I have a lot with TV now, is every scene is so dark that it's like, I really can't see what's going on at all. And it's like, I have good eyesight for the most part. Like, yeah, I wear glasses, but, you know, my eyes aren't failing. When I watch a lot of these shows, like, you can't hear anything because it's all mixed for, like, Dolby Atmos. You know, forget having a clear center channel for character dialogue. And then you can't see a thing. Like, just because a scene takes place at night doesn't mean it should be pitch dark. You can light your scene and use context clues. And people will know, oh, this is a nighttime scene. Unless it's the most egregious day for night shot in the entire world. Like, it'll work fine. SF1 like Street Fighter, KBX? Is there something else that uses the SF abbreviation that I'm not thinking of? Oh, okay. First Street Fighter is not a game I've ever enjoyed. Day for Night can actually look pretty good. If you saw the film Nope, they pioneered some new Day for Night shooting techniques there that really looked great. Damn it, I didn't want to pick up that chainsaw. What's that gonna do? Oh, that's what that's... Oh! Okay. Well, let's go then. Well, that didn't work at all. I need more cells. There we go. Oh, come on. Simply press the button before doing the directions. That would mess me up so badly. I don't think I've ever even seen the Street Fighter 1 arcade cabinet. Maybe once. I know I've seen the home port to TurboGrafx, Fighting Street. I don't know if I've ever seen it in the arcade. Wait, where the hell did I pick up Megasphere? I won't question it. Pressure buttons. I feel like that's something people don't talk about enough when they talk about the PlayStation 2, is that it had pressure-sensitive buttons, and that those broke really easily, and could totally ruin your experience with the game. Oh, now you're cooking, Scratch Doll. Right? Final Fight was originally being developed as the direct sequel to Street Fighter. Like, it makes sense. I also think we need more games where the developers just put, like, work on little passion projects off the side of their desk. Like, the multiplayer in GoldenEye for N64 was not a key planned feature. I was like a couple of the developers messing around, and they thought, oh, this is really fun, so let's put it in the game. Oh, that was cool. That was rude, Mr. Archvile. Oh no. No thank you, not on my watch. Exit nearby. I feel like it must be. Yep, Mega Man 2, I believe. They were like, no, we know this is going to be it. This is going to be the sauce. Capcom hadn't given them time, so they were just like staying late after work to make Mega Man 2. It's like off the side of their desk, you know? Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is something in movies, too, and games. The budgets have become so large. Like, something's gotta give. They can't continue to be, you know, $200, $300 million every time. You can't stay in business if you're doing that. When Square Enix says games like Rise of the Tomb Raider, which sold like millions and millions of units, were a financial failure, so they didn't recoup their money, that's insane. It's also the sign of something seriously wrong with the games industry. Oh, 1,148 enemies. The final countdown. All right. This is a big boy map, is it? Oh, this is a killer remix, too. Listen to this. That's the stuff. I gotta listen to this for a sec. Hell yeah. All right. Let's go. It's time to mow down a whole platoon of Nazis here. Oh, I missed the rocket launcher. This looks so sick. Right, when are we getting, the misnomer video game Crash 2 Electric Boogaloo? I would love to see a lot of the AAA games industry, collapse is the wrong word, but be forced to scale back. Because the way they are doing things currently is just unsustainable. Right. Didn't Ubisoft try to claim that pirate game that nobody even knew came out was a quadruple A game? And everybody was like, wait, what game? I think it came out. I genuinely don't know. Like, I'm not doing a bit. I have no idea if that came out. "10 years in the making, no one knew about it, got middling reviews." So how long until we see 3-hour-long video essays saying, no, it was really good, actually? Here's the thing. We have several really excellent pirate-themed video games from across the decades. Sid Meier's Pirates, both the original version and the remake on, Xbox, are really good. The Monkey Island series is really good. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is really good. We've got good pirate games. We weren't starved for them. I'd like more, because I think pirate games are dope. We weren't, in a heavy pirate drought. Yeah, that's the version I'm talking about, Hanabi. It's really good. Let's hit switches and see what happens. Oh god, my cat just headbutted my foot and startled me quite greatly during all this hullabaloo. Right. It feels like the majority of AAA games coming out nowadays are not being made to satisfy player demand, but shareholder. There are very few gaming companies where I see the games they're announcing and coming out with and thinking, they're really thinking about what players will enjoy. And I know it feels like a meme, but Nintendo pretty consistently will come out with a game. It'll be like, oh yeah, that looks fun. That looks like a video game that I would enjoy playing. Hey, Great Beret, how you doing? Know what I really truly hope? Valve never, ever go public. Stay private forever, please. Because the second Valve goes public, just say goodbye to, everything they've ever been. Valve working on a hero shooter feels like an April Fool's joke. I know it's not, but I wish it was. Oh, Steam already kinda sucks. Yeah, Valve goes public. That's shutting down essentially the best money-making scheme anybody's ever come up with. I mean, people talk a lot about game piracy. Valve showed that, if you make a product easily available at reasonable prices, people are likely to buy it. Let's see, what am I missing here? So this remix is so sick. There we go. Right, and I have an Epic Game Store account because there were games on it that I wanted to play that were, unfortunately exclusive to that launcher. It's just not very good. And let's be honest, Steam wasn't good when it started. I realized my Steam account is turning 20 years old this year because I downloaded Steam and made an account for the Half-Life 2 demo, which I think a lot of people did. And in 2004, Steam sucked. It was awful. I hated it. Almost everybody that I knew hated it. We were all mad that we had to download some software to launch something we had bought a disc for, when Half-Life came out. Half-Life 2, that is. And it ran like shit. It was slow. It was, laggy. It felt like malware. It really did. But over time, they improved and offered a really good service. I think I didn't actually buy something on Steam until 2008. Trying to think, what was the first game I bought on Steam? Might have been Xenoclash, which was one of the first, non-Valve games to use the Source engine. The very weird first-person beat-em-up style game. That might have been the first thing I bought on Steam. Oh my. Right, Xenoclash, I mean, what the hell is this? I've played it, and that still describes it very well. Big outdoor arena. Let's go. How much stuff can we throw in here? There we go. Let's get stuff spawning in here, huh? That Megasphere was a total waste, but whatever. These guys are dying straight away. There we go. Hello, very out in the wide open Archvile. Nice to see you. Dungeon Defenders. I don't think I know that. Tower defense game. Makes sense. It's funny, there's so many things I have on Steam that are no longer even listed. But Steam's business model seems to still be very successful for them. I've just gotta hope that they never, ever become public. I know it sounds like, you know, doom and gloom naysaying, but I really think that if they did, that's it. Like, it's over. You know? Well, I'm not opposed to big, you know, outdoor final arena fights. One feels a wee bit unfocused, you know? Not tight enough to be exciting, and not grand enough to be impressive. Nintendo acquire exclusive rights to the Doom franchise. What would they even do? Nintendo themselves have very little experience with first-person shooters. Not none, but little. They have some trusted partners who have made, you know, good first-person shooters. I don't think they could cease and desist Doom World. They would have no legal grounds by which to do so. I mean, the source code is already public domain. They can't put that, you know, they can't say, just kidding, we take it back. I know they're notoriously litigious, but they would lose. I think most of the time when they, you know, cease and desist Smash tournaments, it's not for, it's for using, you know, imagery, whatever, of their IP without permission. I think Doom World would be safe. You can't really put, you know, a cork on something that's been out of the bottle since 1998. Right, it would be the dumbest thing they could possibly do. I don't think they would have any interest in acquiring the rights to Doom. But even if they did, I can't think even they would be that stupid. One, there's not money in it for them. Oh, it would be horrible. I mean, Microsoft is already pretty bad for, you know, being the Doom license holder. And with the way they've been shutting down studios that they've bought lately, doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the future. Then again, I'm not clamoring for a new Doom game. You know, I don't need a Doom Eternal 2. Or whatever they come up with next. It isn't to say that I'm opposed to playing one should one come out. Rumors are that we're going to get one. And I'll play it. You know, I played Eternal, I played 2016. Different levels of enjoyment for them, but I think what I'm saying is I would be fine if we didn't get another Doom game ever. Because I have a lifetime supply of Doom. It's almost completely impossible for me to run out of Doom to play. Hey Spoon, how's it going? There we go, that was nice. See, I didn't like Eternal very much. You know what would be a bold decision for a next Doom game that I wouldn't expect, but would be curious to see what people would make of it, is if they went back to the very clear sci-fi horror of, like Doom 3. What would audiences make of a modern Doom game that's much more in the vein of Doom 3 than Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal? Would people hate it much as they did with Doom 3? Probably. Well, I will say, when Doom 3 came out, a friend upgraded his PC for it. Hey, how's it going, Biz? I agree, Remy. I liked 2016 much more than I liked Eternal. I think I would be more open to a Doom 3 style game now, certainly than I was at the time. Though when Doom 3 came out, a friend upgraded his PC specifically for Doom 3, and we were so blown away by the graphics. I mean, everybody was. It was one of the best looking games we'd ever seen at that point. The shadows and lightings and everything. Oh, that's sick, Spoon. Oh, I remember seeing footage from that, Remy. I'm so glad that got scrapped. It didn't look fun. What if they just surprised everybody and said, nope, we made Quake 5 instead? Instead of a new Doom game, we made Quake 5. And it's not about the Strogg this time. It's, you know, back to medieval castles and weird shit. I'd be down with that. I will say, for as little as I remember about Quake 4 otherwise, the Stroggification scene was absolutely wild. I don't think I'd ever seen anything like that in a game up to that point. go. Right, Quake 1 has an identity. Quake 2 sort of doesn't. Quake 3's just, you know, an arena shooter. And then Quake 4 is like Quake 2 again. Quake 2 adjacent. I say this as somebody who likes Quake 2 more than Quake 1. Mostly for a gameplay perspective, but... Speaking of Quake, did anybody see there was an incredible game contest recently to create games that fit in just 13 kilobytes? And somebody basically put the first 2 levels of Quake into a working in-browser game that is only 13 kilobytes. I played it last night. It's an insane feat of, like, programming and coding. Just go look up, you know, 13 kilobyte Quake. It genuinely doesn't seem possible, but it reminds me of, who remembers back in the mid-2000s, there was a demo scene project that went around called, like, .K Krieger, which was a 96 kilobyte first-person shooter. This is like that, but in, you know, a sixth of the space. Right, it was like a game jam type thing there, and the result is incredible. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Want to go kill that spider mom. You know, I'm not sure, AOD. Does it look butchered? I mean, it's very low resolution, texture resolution, but it really does look like Quake. It has the visual identity of Quake, I think is the best way to say it. And honestly, even the physics feel okay. They don't feel all that far off. I definitely recommend you look into it. Because, I mean, it won't take you more than 10 minutes to play through, you know, the 2 levels, but it has multiple weapons, has physics, the collision detection works, there's different enemy types, there's multiple textures, which I know doesn't sound like a feature, but when you're talking about something that fits into less than the size of any screenshot of it, pretty amazing. Right, it does still manage to have textures somehow. I couldn't really tell you how. I do not know enough about programming and coding to have any useful insight on how they've achieved what they've achieved. Other than, you know, being able to say, you should check this out because it's super, super impressive and cool. Alright, now let's go up the stairs and see what fights there are. Even on a CRT, the textures are going to look very low resolution. The CRT doesn't necessarily mean, you know, low texture or low resolution. You know, a lot of people were using desktop CRTs at, you know, 800 by 600 or 1024 by 768 towards the, like, end of the 90s into the 2000s. I know those don't sound like high-resolution numbers, but on a CRT, that looks really nice. Oh. Oh, you've knocked me into a space I shouldn't go, Archvile. Thanks. That worked out, sort of. It's gotta be some extremely technical compression going on. Things beyond my understanding. Beyond my understanding, not beyond my appreciation. There we go. Here's where the enemies are. That's more like it. Now it's a party. big old sea of lava, a ton of enemies. This is where I like crack open a can of Monster and I'm like, yep, that's Doom. The good old circle strafe, nothing beats that. Whoop. Perfect time. Spin to win, baby. Can't beat the classics. Let's find a rad suit. Gameplay acquired. We're locked in. That's what it's about. That's what the kids say now, right? It is, but hey, where are all the baddies? Ooh, that's a whole weather system of cacos up there. Oh, you beautiful meatballs. Come here. Right. I think a big part of why, CRTs are still desirable is the nature of how they draw the image is fundamentally different to the other monitor technology we use. We can try to emulate that distinctive appearance, and people do. They try to make scanline filters, which never quite look right because they always end up making the image look darker than it should. You know what I mean? Because they're basically covering up half of the image with a fake scan line. Because it's hard to emulate the effect of something being drawn 60 or 70 times a second. And the, lingering after image of that being what your eye perceives as the image on the screen. Cloudy with a chance of cacos. Same AOD, though frankly, most of the time I'd rather look at neither. When I do, streams from my gaming consoles, virtually all of those are composite. So 480i at maximum is the resolution we're talking about. And sure, S-Video is sharper, or Component can be sharper. I think it looks fine. I think 480i over composite for 99% of the stuff I'm playing looks totally fine. I don't need it to be more than that. I saw, I've seen people messing around with like the RetroTink 4K. And while it looks really incredible on a technical level, if you want to, hook up these old systems to a modern 4K TV, I don't need to hook up these systems to a modern 4K TV. That's a cloud, a weather system. Did we decide it was an of Revenants? Is it a Plutonia of Revenants? A Casali of Revenants? I think a Casali as a unit of measurement would be pretty funny. Agitation of Revenants, that's pretty good. Would it be a herd of cyber demons? Big open area, lots of ammo, low pressure Kako system. That's perfect, Biz. I have seen the scanline emulation on the RetroTink. It's by far the most impressive implementation I've seen so far. For me personally, and my, usage, when I'm not playing games on stream, I have a nice CRT that I keep hooked up explicitly for, gaming. So it's like, it's almost like that meme where it's like, look what they have to do to mimic even a fraction of our power. Whereas for me, it's just, a nice JVC TV. Here's an opinion that's going to make me sound like a curmudgeon. I get really annoyed when I see all these retro gaming YouTube channels using PVMs, broadcast monitors, for all their retro gaming. Because unless you had a parent who worked in TV or film, you didn't have a broadcast monitor. You didn't have a PVM to play your games on in the 90s. You were using a normal-ass consumer television like everybody else. And I think that's a perfectly good, acceptable way to play games. You see some people being like, oh, well, the internal render resolution of the Super Nintendo is actually an 8:7 aspect ratio. It's like, who gives a shit? I played it on a normal-ass CRT over composite, which was better than the alternative, which was playing it over, RF. Play on normal-ass consumer equipment. You'll be spiritually stronger for it. That's my promise to you. It just, a little bit of the lengths people go to try to make, old games look as crisp as possible on modern displays. I don't get it. And I'm someone who likes tinkering with stuff. But it seems a little excessive to me. Because at what point are you at risk of letting that get in the way of actually playing and enjoying the games? I hope that's not the case. But it's kind of like, a lot of times audiophiles, it feels like music is there to justify the money they spent on the equipment they use to listen to music, rather than being driven by, the desire to listen to music. Maybe I'm just being a reverse snob, where, regular consumer grade equipment is totally fine by me. I don't mean to poo-poo it if that's your, passion and that's the thing you love doing. But it's all about the games at the end of the day. There we go. That was a fun one. I wish the ending was even more frantic. Map 30. That's gross. Something tells me this is going to be a Wolfendoom map. Gotta stretch my hands out for a sec. Oh, hey. What, are we playing Plutonia here? What's going on? One might say it's time to go to it. I mean, really? Oh. Go at it. Go for it. Go get it. There's got to be Keens in here somewhere. That's right. Go for it is Plutonia 2. Was have at it TRCP. There we go. Got ourselves a tiny bit of breathing room. Oof. Hell Despot Alpha. Is that the, like, micro slaughter thing you've been working on? Just do it. We got enough specters here? God damn it. How many was that? All next to each other. Man. I like maps that go a little crazy with it as much as the next guy, but this has the unfortunate side effect of making me just compare it to its inspiration, which is just better. So that's a fair point, Spoon. But for things like, you know, let's say video games made in the 90s, I feel like it was clearly understood by the people making them that these were going to be experienced on, you know, regular consumer-grade equipment. I don't think, you know, folks over at Konami were thinking, you know, oh, we've got to make sure that, you know, we're catering to the absolute high end of the market. If anything, developers used to very often take the opposite into consideration of how can we make sure the person with the worst equipment still gets a good experience here. Right, just literally putting Go To It in your map with a couple changes. Just a bit tacky. Don't get me wrong. I really like Go To It. But now I'm just going to compare your map to Go To It, and Go To It's better. Hey, Furret, how you doing? Right, you don't need the high-end stuff. And with what I see, you know, going on in the gaming space a lot of the time, retro gaming, you see people feel like they need to spend tons and tons of money to be able to get into retro games at all, because all they know is that high end. Where they're like, well, if I don't have, you know, a good PVM broadcast monitor, how can I possibly enjoy my Super Nintendo the right way like those YouTubers told me to? Do you know what I mean? Maybe I'm being very cynical. I think I'm being very cynical. But I think it does come down to something real where it's like having the totally average experience of something is fine, actually. You know? I mean, for me, Dwarven Crusader, it's because I have this hardware and I enjoy it. I am not in any way opposed to emulation. I wish emulation was more accurate, for the most part. There is, or rather, think of the right way to say it. I hope that people aren't depriving themselves of flawed experiences because of emulation. Right, cost and space are real concerns. And for me, I'm lucky to be someone where, you know, neither of those are large enough concerns to prevent me from, you know, for example, I bought a CDI recently. Not just a CDI, I bought a broken CDI with the intention of fixing it. A lot of people don't have, you know, the space, means, any of that to do that, and I don't blame them. Also, I'm going to be real here. You're not going to be missing out, you know, on some sublime gaming experience if you don't have a CDI. In fact, I would go so far as to say you will miss out on nothing. Though who knows, maybe we'll find out there are some hidden gems. I'm actually pretty excited. CDI. I have a 3DO. I bought a CDI very recently, Armand. I am genuinely looking forward to Hotel Mario, and not just for, you know, the meme value of it. There's a couple games, though, that I'm genuinely looking forward to. One called The Apprentice. Looks good. Right, Remy, I have a Analog Pocket, and I've been extremely happy with it, to the point where I use it now probably as much as or more than my Game Boy. I certainly use it more than any of my Game Gears. Yeah, right? You miss out on being so hungry you could eat an Octorok. Which really, for that... So, that's on 3DO, Spoon. And I did play a little of that one stream where I was fairly inebriated. And I laughed so hard at Plumbers Don't Wear Ties that I almost fell out of my chair. I had a great time with that. How you doing, Rad? Good to see you. Let's see. Yeah, this is where I was. Get up there and take care of these spider mamas. They're chumps. Nope, that's on 3DO. I don't know if it's also on CDI. That's conceivable, but... And you think I just have my stream mislabeled with how this level's going. For anyone who's not a big Doomist wondering what I'm talking about, this map here has been a near one-to-one of a very famous Doom map, the super secret map of Plutonia, called Go To It. Which is one of my favorite Doom maps. But, you know, that came out in 1996. I like Doomist more. I think it's funnier. Being a Doomer is like, you know, oh, people are down on life, whatever kind of thing. It's like, nah, I am a Doomist. I am here to enjoy Doom. Often with an upbeat and chipper attitude. I do not believe so, Armand. Or if there is, it's using, you know, basically chips on the cartridge to run Doom rather than using the NES itself to run Doom. Doom is sûr. I like that. There we go. Doomarian. That's pretty good. Gotta say, unless there's like a big twist somewhere in this map, a Doomian. Yeah, unless there's a big twist in this map, this is kind of a letdown of a final map. Not because it's bad. Because it's not. This is a good, fun map. But this is a good, fun map that the Casalis made 28 years ago. You know, this is not new. Like, this is very exactly Go To It so far. And it's something of a shame because pretty much everything else in this WOD so far has been really fresh, original, and fun. It's like, I don't know if Cartel just, you know, got tired. There are still 200 enemies left. But, you know, it's like... It looks like the teleport didn't quite work there. No icon of sin in my Go To It, please. Yeah, that teleport's not working as it ought to. Not going to complain too much about it, though. Ow. Hurt. Right, that I think was all the Archviles dealt with. Let's not get hit by all those. Oh, hey, we got more stuff back there now. That appears to be the case, Bear. I'll have to leave a comment in the Doom World thread. Oh, we got more stuff over at the end. Just a bit of a disappointing finish to what otherwise has been a really fun Megawad. Whoops! Caught a stray Cyber Demon rocket. I've got to say, the unfortunate thing is, as with any, go-to-it homage map, it suffers a little bit from not being go-to-it, Like the original gameplay balance of Go To It is so fun and frantic even today. It's like any imitator, even if it's just as good, feels lesser somehow by comparison. Is that me being a little unfair? Certainly. But, it's the difference between originality and imitation. Cyber Demons do not take splash damage from rockets. That's why rocket dueling them is, really an exercise in futility. See, are there going to be any more twists and turns to set this apart? Are we just on cleanup duty now? Oh, there were even arrows pointing to it. That's funny. Oh, that's really funny. I could have used that invuln at any time. Oops. That's pretty funny. Wait, did I not pick up? Oh, there's the red key. Thought I picked it up. There we go. Not activated. We're gaming, Raw Meat Drinker. You got a fun name. What is your favorite raw meat to drink? There we go. Drinking some raw Wagyu. That's still not open. I miss an obvious switch somewhere? No. Yes, I did. There we go. There's one enemy left, which means I either missed something or it's right through that door. Maybe a last Cyber Demon. Oh no, it's gotta be a Commander Keen. No? Hold on. Did I really just like, not kill an enemy somewhere. Also, this brings us right back to the start of map 1. Nice little full circle moment. Yeah, that's where we began.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow, Raw Meat Drinker.
Hello.
Yeah, no, I guess I just missed an enemy somewhere. Oh well, that's fine. Oh, map 31, Meet Your Maker. It's the credits map, maybe? Or was this the genuine secret map 31? Don't think so. Not sure what all is going on here. Yeah, it was just Cartel. Oh, it's an Icon of Sin. Okay. I'm wondering, did it just cycle straight into map 31 then? Instead of going to any kind of end screen? This is our Icon of Sin. Guessing I just have a bunch of switches I need to hit. Not sure what that all is going to do for me. I don't see any of these lifts lowering, just going up. These are starting to get frantic in here. Really not here for normal kills. I need to get elevated so I can shoot the Icon of Sin. Looks like I've hit all the switches. Oh. Really? It's just that? Alright, let's try that again. Now that I understand a little more what's expected of me here. Cartel really loves giving you the chainsaw. Like, really loves it. Cannot say I share the sentiment. Let's hit these switches. Not get a rocket launcher? In this room? Kind of has to be. There it is. I see. So that builds the platform. Alright, I get it now. Yeah, it's just an Icon of Sin. No, that's no good. Let's clear the area. Gotta ask, is there anyone watching who genuinely loves Icon of Sin maps. Like, they're your favorites, you're happy every time there is one in a WoD you play. Well, oh my god. Oh, this sucks. I'm sorry. The very standard. Hello, Cinder Thief. Welcome on in. I'll shout you out. Welcome in, Raiders. What were you up to? For anybody joining, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, play lots of retro games on real hardware, and lots of Doom 2 custom megawads. Tonight I am finishing Evil Returns by Mapper Cartel, the new solo Mapper Project 32 WoD megawad. I've greatly enjoyed kind of right up to the ending here, which is, unfortunately, this is map 31. It's just an Icon of Sin. I don't know if so is how it was going. Bit of mapping, very nice. What format? Then time to go home. Okay, so it was just a final map. MBF 21, nice. As the echoes of battle still resonate in the air, and the scars of conflict may be visible, but so too is the indomitable spirit that courses through your veins. You did the impossible. You destroyed the Icon of Sin's heart. In the face of adversity, you displayed unwavering valor, resilience, and a commitment to the morals we hold dear.
Hello, hello.
You contributed to this triumph, whether through acts of bravery on the front line or with strategic brilliance. And thank you very much for the follow. This is your victory, Marine. Now it's time to come home. Oh, and there we go. Map 32. Time to go home. This is nice. We actually do get to go home. Oh, that's nice. That is loud, though. What a lovely ending. Give me a cola. There we go. This is more like it. So I've got to say, apart from map 30 just being go to it, I mean, it's literally just go to it. I was very impressed by this WoD overall. Highly recommend you play it. If you want a link to the Doom World thread, you can always use the !WoD command. We've got a lovely armory here. Any item we could possibly want. See red for a bit. Yeah, we're home. Home safe and sound, Marine. Very tall vending machines. A nice little lounge. It's a Roblox map. This whole WoD has a very, I don't want to say 90s feel, but I very much like the kind of overall low detail look of it, because so much of the Doom that I play and enjoy greatly is, you know, hyper detailed and looks amazing. So in a way, it's almost refreshing to play Doom that looks so much just like Doom. No idea, Nike. I can tell you that if they do, I am not the target audience for those. I neither have a PS5 nor Xbox Series X. And they have not enticed me to buy one yet, and it's been, 4 years of them being out? We got lovely little boats, some paddles. Ooh, look at the big ocean liner out there. That's cute. The suggestion of an ocean liner. Nice little beach. Trees. Very lovely. And a bright blue sky. I think it's time to head to the exit here. We've got a spaceport, a helipad. These are the ships I came in with. Oh, that was the exit. Neat. Mission complete. Thanks for playing. That was a lot of fun. I am very glad I played that. So this is Evil Returns. Doom with Bloom is just what I call my Wednesday streams, because I'm Bloom and I play Doom every Wednesday. That was very fun. You know what? There is another WOD I'm going to take a look at tonight, but I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So when I come back, we will check out a new WOD from the Afternoon crew called Spectrum Descent. So I'm excited to check that out. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I believe that was a project headed by Ludi, is the one I'm about to check out. So I will be right back, and when I come back, we will be checking out another fresh new WOD. So hang tight, and I'll be back in a minute. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Always makes me happy to see people wiggling along for that. So now, let us check out Spectrum Descent. This is a new, I believe, 16 map WAD from the Afternoon Crew. Project led by Ludi. Let me make sure I'm set to MBF 21, since I believe that is the requirement. Oh boy, it's doing that thing where DSDA Doom doesn't like to capture again after it's already been... There we go. All right. Let's check this out. Vivid Violence, Rainbow Ruin, and Color Corruption.
Hello.
Hey, Eddie, thank you so much for the Prime sub. 19 months, my goodness. So I have not played any of these yet. I'm excited to get into it. The theme of this is very colorful maps, I believe. So far, it seems to be living up to that. This is black paint. Ooh, this MIDI stays... Ooh, did that imp have rainbow-colored blood? Oh my god! I love that. Oh, that's so cool. Oh god, that hit for a lot. I'm already charmed. Oh, I'm dead. Be a little more skillful in our play, shall we? The red skull key. Ooh, a lot of high damage rolls. There we go. This is what we want. This is what the people demand. Oh, we got Cacos coming in. Arachnotron somewhere. Here we go. This is the good stuff. Love that there is exactly a Caco-sized window there. I'm so enamored with these, like, colorful blood splashes. Such a small thing, but it's very delightful. MIDI's great, the look is great. A very colorful skybox. Oh, more coming in from behind. Can't get me that easy, game. I mean, you probably can, but... Just feels good so far. I don't know how else to describe it. This is doomed to put a smile on your face. Just proven. Yeah. Yeah. There's our next area. I wonder what's going to happen when I hit this switch. Ooh. That's what's going to happen. Face rocketing certainly didn't help my cause there. Oh, I got lucky until I face rocketed myself into oblivion. That's how that goes. I think it's kind of worth it to stand in the ooze for a minute. Dispatch. Yeah. Definitely worth it to just sit in the goo for a moment. Thank you, Pain Elemental. We don't want you here. There's another one. Be able to get to easily enough this way. Oh, that should have killed it. The mission is to not face Rocket to death on a lost soul. Alright. We should be reasonably in the clear now. Some lost soul cleanup to do. I would love if they had, you know, the half health thing applied. Hey, Osakin, welcome in. What were you up to? Thank you for the raid. What were you doing tonight? Modded Lethal Company. You know, I haven't played Lethal Company at all. I know it was a big, like, hit. Lots of people were playing. Oh! All right. You've got my attention now, game. I didn't know it was like that. Okay, they appear only to have rockets, no chain gun. Well. Oh no. I got by the Arachnotron. So what do mods do for Lethal Company? Because I know very little about that game. This has not gone well. Damn it. Focus on the arch file. There we go. Whoop! I was trying to get the Arachnotron to start infighting. That's gone poorly. Oh my god. Oh, I'm playing so sloppily now. Very little ammo. Can they infight with each other? I don't think so. Is there a switch I need to hit to raise that platform to get back to the exit? Oh, okay, the Arachnotron's infighting one of them. Hopefully both now. Nope, that's not worked. Really hope they die soon, because I am out of ammo. Add costumes, level items, play as a monster. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, okay, they're dead. Let's hope 15 bullets is enough. Alright, we're just running past. We're not punching that Arachnotron. So that was Black Paint by Ludi. Hell of a way to start the WOD. Great map. Great kind of like mission statement of what it's going to be like, what it's going to be about. This sounds really familiar. The intermission here. Not sure what it is. This is the Planet of Strawmen. Look chain gun appears modified. This a chain gun variant, mayhaps? Let me see. Yeah, get the cute one out here. Did I just not notice that this was different last map? That's entirely possible. I just wasn't paying attention. My desperation to stay alive. Oh yeah, let's sing something. Let's see. What fits a highly colorful map? If anything. Or I could just sing a song I like. I should just do the entire album of Thick as a Brick one of these times for a karaoke redeem. I think that would be funny. It would be pretty funny, I think. You know what? I did some Beatles before.
I think I'm gonna be sad. I think it's today. Yeah. The girl that's driving me mad is going away.
Hello, Tim.
She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, and she don't care. She said that living with me was bringing her down, yeah. She would never be free when I was around. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, and she don't care. I don't know why she's riding so high. She ought to think twice, she ought to do right by me before she gets to saying goodbye. She better think twice, she ought to do right by me. I think I'm gonna be sad. I think it's today, yeah. The girl that's driving me mad is going away, yeah. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, and she don't care. I don't know why she's riding so high. She ought to think twice, she ought to do right by me before she gets to saying goodbye. She ought to think twice, she ought to do right by me. She says that living with me is bringing her down, yeah. But she would never be free when I was around. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, but she don't care. My baby 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 don't care.
You know that part was in there at the end just because Paul McCartney wanted to show off a little bit. He's like, hey guys, I can do this. Let's put it in the song. Know what? I'm going to sing some more. I'm in a good mood. I like that. Hold on. Should I sing one of the worst songs? I don't even want to say it's a so bad it's good song. It's awful. It's Paul McCartney doing his absolute worst. I kind of love it. This is Temporary Secretary off of McCartney 2, 1980. Paul McCartney trying to do new wave-ish.
Mr. Marks, can you find for me someone strong and sweet fitting on my knee? She can keep her job if she gets it wrong. How about Mr. Marks? I won't need her long. All I need is help for a little while. We can take dictation and learn to smile. And a temporary secretary is what I need. For to do the job I need a temporary secretary, temporary secretary, temporary secretary, temporary secretary. Mr. Marks, could you send her quick? 'Cause my regular has been getting sick. I need a temporary secretary, temporary secretary. Mr. Marks, I can pay her well if she comes along and can stay a spell. I will promise now that I'll treat her right and will rarely keep her till late at night. I need a... She can be a belly dancer, I don't need a true romancer. She can be a diplomat, but I don't need a girl like that. She can be a neurosurgeon if she's doing nothing urgent. What I need's a temporary secretary. I need a temporary secretary, temporary secretary, temporary secretary. Temporary secretary, temporary secretary, temporary secretary. Now, Mr. Marks, when I send her back, will you please make sure she stays on the right track? Well, I know how hard it is for young girls these days in the face of everything to stay on the right track. She can be a belly dancer, I don't need a true romancer. She can be a diplomat, I don't need a girl like that. She can be a neurosurgeon if she's doing nothing urgent. What I need's a temporary secretary. Temporary. This song is so fucking bad. Like, it's so bad that it's amazing. Do you know what I mean? Temporary secretary, temporary secretary. Genuinely, Scratch Doll? I think so. Like, I really think that's what happened. Or he heard Devo and was like, maybe I can do that too. Speaking of Devo, they covered a Rolling Stones song, and it goes like this. I can't get no satisfaction. I can't give me no satisfaction. And I try, And I try. I can't get no.
No, this is too painful. I can't do it. We need like a song to clear it out, you know? Let me see. What would be like a palate cleanser after these? And to fit with the nice stirring fight we've got going on in this next room. Oh, know what? I don't know if my voice is still low enough for this one tonight. There's a Weird Al classic off Running with Scissors. We'll do a little country, you know? Driving a big old truck. Yeah, no going. I got to do that in the morning. My voice wouldn't be low enough. That means Modern Love by David Bowie it is. I love that song. I know when to go out. Know when to stay in. Get things done.
I catch a paper boy, but things don't really change. I'm standing in the wind, but I never wave bye-bye. But I try. There's no sign of life, it's just the power to charm. I'm lying in the rain, but I never wave bye-bye. But I try. Never gonna fall for. Walks beside me, walks on by. Gets me to the church on time. Terrifies me, makes me party. Puts my trust in God and man. No confession, no religion. Don't believe in modern love. It's not really work, it's just the power to jump. I'm standing in the wind, but I never wave bye-bye. But I try. Never gonna fall for. Walks beside me, walks on by. Gets me to the church on time. Terrifies me, makes me party. Puts my trust in God and man. No confession, no religion. Don't believe in modern love. Modern love. Modern love. Modern love, modern love, modern love, modern love, modern love, modern love.
He just really keeps going with that, doesn't he? It's a great song. Oh, that would have come in so handy, that Blur Sphere, in that room full of hit scanners.
Well, modern love walks on by, walks beside me, Modern love walked on by.
Whoop. Oh, it's not a death pit. Would have sworn it would have been. Hey, Felly, how you doing? Saw you picked up Grand Stream Saga. There we go. Let's get the proper music back. I thought that was it. Well, this is a good MIDI. Whoa! Hello, everybody. Well, the Blur Sphere came in handy here, too. Goodness. Well, that was a great way to end the map. That was sick. That was The Planet of the Strawmen by Yumheart. That was awesome. Next map, Turn to Dust by Corp. Absolutely loving just how vibrant and colorful all these maps are so far. Oh nice, the pistol's upgraded too. I want to just run right through and see what this is. This is like a magical forest looking kind of map. Oh, it was sealed. Okay, I was wondering, why was it so expensive? I know Tales of Destiny 2 is not a cheap game, but 200 is a lot. This looks so sick. Is this a conveyor belt? Nope. Oh, that hurts me to walk on. I was hoping for a waterfall secret, no such luck. Hey, listen to those sound effects. It's nice. Actually makes the pistol useful and viable. I did spend more than I usually do on a retro game yesterday, actually. I did tweet about it. I saw a very nice condition copy of Itchy and Scratchy in Miniature Golf Madness for the original Game Boy, which is a Simpsons, Itchy and Scratchy mini golf game played from a side-on perspective that's kind of shockingly gory for a Game Boy game. Oh my god, look at this. There's a whole little village in the forest here. The long-forgotten town of fallen dreams. But it's not a cheap game. But I've so seldom ever seen it, let alone, for sale at a reasonable price. It was $70. I did buy it. That is pushing my personal limit for most retro games to the max, which is, generally speaking, for an old game I really want to play, I am willing to spend up to the price of a new retail release. And that's $70 these days. But I was playing a little bit of it last night, and I can confirm it's very fun. So I do not regret my purchase. Ow. I regret running face first into that Hell Knight projectile, though. But yeah, for seeing it in front of me, I couldn't walk away from it. Had to get it. I will probably end up streaming that as well via the Super Game Boy for Super Nintendo. Probably one of the better Simpsons licensed games, all things considered. Certainly one of the best until, like, Road Rage and Hit and Run. Both of which I like a lot. I know some people don't care for Road Rage as much, on the grounds that it's just, a Crazy Taxi knockoff. But I really like Crazy Taxi, and I like The Simpsons. So where can you go wrong there, I almost wish we would see a return to that mentality of licensed game making where it's like, well, X property is really popular. What if X game is really popular. What if we put Y property characters into it, gameplay wise? It's a winning formula. Hey, Sarzak. Hey, Aaron. How you doing? Yeah, this OST is great. Pretty much everything about this WAD so far is very high quality. Certainly one of the most colorful I've played in recent memory. Which is, kind of the point, but... Let me get that health, please. Thank you. Ooh. I feel like the window for a Simpsons RPG is long past. But imagine if one was made with as much care as the South Park RPGs have gotten. They're like Stick of Truth and Fractured but Whole. I feel like that has potential to be really, really good. The problem is you would need both the writers to give a shit and the developers to give a shit. And asking, Simpsons writers to give a shit about The Simpsons anymore is too much of an ask. Certainly feels that way. I kind of wish they'd just let it die at this point. I feel like The Simpsons are going to continue for as long as it keeps making them money, which is probably literally forever at this point. Like, if it was going to fail, it would have by now, I think. Right, it makes too much money even in its current state. Though I do love whenever... Oh yeah, where he died. I didn't watch the episode, but I read that it happened, basically. And Homer and crew never even, realized the guy cared about them and had some kind of, rich life going on. Some things simply can't be fixed. Let it go. Very appropriate considering we're talking about The Simpsons right now. If The Simpsons ended with the movie, that would have been a wonderful, feather in the cap to mark an excellent run for any TV sitcom. It's like how Futurama should have stayed ended the first time. The movies were okay, and then when it came back as a series after that, it was still okay. Right, Scratch Doll. But they can't guarantee a return on investment for that, which is why it doesn't happen. No way up here? Nope. About up here. There we go. Secret cave. Yeah, there we go. My secret sense was tingling. The original Futurama ending with the holophone or opera, the devil's hands are idle playthings, is maybe one of the most perfect endings a TV show could have. And they really had to go and undercut it by, making more. Like, I get it. It made money. There was demand for it to come back. It's just depressing when you have something... Like, how rare is a good ending, Like, let things end with dignity. That's too much to ask of the, content mill mentality, media production environment we live in. Which might be a little ironic considering I'm playing, new content for a 30-year-old game. But I think that's very obviously different, because this is strictly non-commercial, People make Doom maps because they love it. I need that Spider Mama to fight everything that's not me. Thank you. And I can throw in some... Oh! Oh, I feel annoyed about that death. That was a pop-up monster that just spawned in and contributed to my wondrous face rocket there. Ow. This is a trickier fight than it looks. Right, Futurama got to have 2 great endings. Now it's back again airing on Hulu and apparently is not very good, to the surprise of literally nobody. I mean, it's really hard to end a long-running popular series, not just because of, monetary reasons, but just getting the ending right to begin with. Speaking of long-running series, I did mention I'm going to finally go see Furiosa tomorrow. I'm very excited about it. Everyone I've spoken to that's gone to see it has loved it. It's gotten great reviews overall from people whose opinions on movies I generally trust. Oh, come on. Which, if it's good, that makes 5 for 5 with Mad Max films being good. The opposite can be interesting too, like what long-running shows had endings that were such a wet fart that they effectively immediately disappeared from the pop culture discourse. Like, when's the last time you heard people discussing Game of Thrones? Like, the TV ending was so just universally reviled that it went from the show literally everybody was talking about at all times to nobody mentioning it at all. Or Lost. Lost's ending was so universally hated for resolving absolutely nothing. A lot of people have forgotten that show existed and was massively popular for years. Right, 80% off after like a week. I believe it. Right, and Furiosa didn't look great from the initial trailers. Oh. What happened there? What is going on? So that was a face rocket. That's what was going on there. I mean, Fury Road is maybe one of the best action movies I've ever seen. Just of any time period, of any, genre ever. So, I can get, a prequel not quite living up to it. Because if it's still good, chances are it's still probably going to be in, like, the upper echelon of action movies I'm likely to see anytime in the next couple years. There's one, apart from, like, the John Wick series being successful, I feel like action movies don't come out in movie theaters much anymore. They go straight to Netflix or some other streaming service. George R.R. Martin needs to finish Winds of Winter. I've been waiting for more than a decade now. Oh, this looks sick. It's like, come on, dude. I don't even remember what happened in the books at this point. I'm gonna have to reread a couple of them to even orient myself again. This is gonna sound really harsh to say. Part of me feels like George R.R. Martin is probably hoping that he dies before he finishes it so that he doesn't have to, like, be responsible for it anymore. I mean, that's probably not true, but... Yeah, right, condolences to any kids out there named Khaleesi. Also, as a parent, if you're a parent, don't name your kid after a pop culture thing, It's like, how's the kid who was named Dovahkiin doing? He's probably in middle school now. Kid probably gets bullied like you wouldn't believe. Kids are mean. And those kids are going to be old enough to be like, you're named after Skyrim? Okay, I needed to pick that up to start the fight. Whoop, whoop. There we go. I mean, you could go by, like, Dova. That's sort of a name. A great and mean set piece to primarily give you a rocket launcher for. Oh, I hear an Archvile. I don't see an Archvile. There it is. Composed. Oh. I mean, Sephiroth is also a bad name for your child. But at least it's like sort of a real name. Cloud, I mean, there's enough, like, hippies out there naming their kids Cloud and whatever. They won't get bullied too badly, probably. Not more than the normal amount. Get out of my way, please. I would like to go through, thank you. Yeah, now if they named you Cloud and gave you Strife as your middle name, you are getting picked on like nobody's business. You knew someone named Rainy Day and a sister named Cloudy? Okay, that's just funny at that point. Like, come on. I kind of like that. I would never do that to a child, but... Naming your firstborn Flynn Taggart. No, name your firstborn Doom. Middle name Guy. In the French style. I do feel a little bad for the kids whose parents decide that they want their kid to have a unique name. Being unique is not a virtue. Yeah, Flynn Taggart's a normal enough name. Yeah, give your kid a cool middle name. Nobody needs to know they even have a middle name if the kid doesn't want to share it. Middle names are generally just for... Middle names are the flavor text of real-life human beings. You know, like, you can give somebody a middle name because it, you know, is after your, you know, aunt on whatever side of the family, or because it's a name you just really like. You don't need a reason for a middle name. They're even more made up than most names, which are all made up anyway. But, you know, when you name your kid, you know, Dovahkiin after, you know, Skyrim because you wanted free Bethesda games for life, I feel like you're a bad parent at that point. Like, you didn't even start being a parent yet. Like, you failed the first parenting quiz of giving your child a name that will not result in them being bullied for life. And while no, you shouldn't, you know, you shouldn't plan around that. Bethesda's only released like 2 games since then. They got the worst deal of all time. They at least get like free Fallout 76 junk. This fight is hard. I'll sing something Surface Tenchi. The funniest thing to me is how long Todd has been doing the Todd thing. Like, Elder Scrolls Battlespire has a note in it saying, like, we're sorry Morrowind has been delayed. It'll come out in 1998, I promise. And it's like, oh, Todd's been at it for a long time. Jane Karagi Doe. That would be cool. That would be funny. What do I want to sing? I feel like we need something relaxing. To fit with this relaxing gameplay. Have a good one, Osakin. Thank you again for the raid. Surely they've started Elder Scrolls 6 by now. Genuinely, what else would they have been doing? There's a ship lies rigged and ready in the harbor. Tomorrow for old England she sails, far away from your land of endless sunshine, to my land full of rainy skies and gales. And I shall be aboard that ship tomorrow, though my heart is full of tears at this farewell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. You should try it, Chef. It's fun. Sing your favorite song. I heard there's a wicked war a-blazing, and
And the taste of war I know so very well. Even now I see the foreign flag a-raising, their guns on fire as we sail into hell. I have no fear of death, it brings no sorrow, but how bitter will be this last farewell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. Though death and darkness gather all about me, and my ship be torn apart upon the sea, I shall smell again the fragrance of these islands, and the heaving waves that brought me once to thee. And should I return safe home again to England, I shall watch the English mist roll through the dale. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. For you are beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell.
A really hard fight. I'm gonna keep singing. Can't hurt at this point. Oh, I didn't necessarily mean sing while you doom. Just try singing anyway. It's fun. Good for you. Makes you happy. I think it might actually help me focus on doom sometimes, which I know sounds strange, but I think it's true. Well, let's do All These Go Well with Doom.
I don't have plans and schemes, and I don't have hopes and dreams. I don't have anything, since I don't have you.
So thank you, Surface Tension.
I don't have fond desires, and I don't have happy hours. I don't have anything, since I don't have you. I don't have happiness, and I guess I never will ever again. When you walked out on me, in walked old misery, and he's been here since then. Now I don't have love to share, and I don't have one who cares. I don't have anything, since I don't have you, 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 you.
good a start as I've had. Make a foolish save. Bart's Nightmare, it's fine. Oh, hold on. Karaoke was trying to autoplay. Do love that song, but not right now. I will do one more, though. Oh, here's a good one.
Oh, the shark, babe, has such teeth, dear, and he shows them pearly white. Just a jackknife has old Mac Heath, babe, and he keeps it out of sight. You know when that shark bites with his teeth, babe, scarlet billows start to spread. Fancy gloves, though, where's old Mac Heath, babe? So there's never a trace of red. Now on the sidewalk, sunny morning, lies a body just oozing life. Eek, and someone sneaking round the corner. Could that someone be Mac the Knife? There's a tugboat down by the river, don't you know, where a cement bag's just a drooping on down. Oh, that cement is just, it's there for the weight, dear. 5 will get you 10, old Mackie's back in town. Now did you hear about Louis Miller? He disappeared, babe, after drawing out all his hard-earned cash. And now Mac Heath spends just like a sailor. Could it be our boy's done something rash? Ah, said Jenny Diver. Whoa, Suki Tawdry. Whoa, Miss Lottie Lanyard. And old Lucy Brown. Whoa, the line forms on the right, babe. Now that Mackie's back in town. I said Jenny Diver. Whoa, Suki Tawdry. Look out to Miss Lottie Lanyard and old Lucy Brown. Yes, that line forms on the right, babe. Now that Mackie's back in town. Look out, old Mackie is back. I love that song. Alright, we're almost done with this fight. Hell of a fight, too. Well, next song started. Guess I'm singing Roy Orbison now. I was alright for a while. I could smile for a while. But I saw you last night. You held my hand so tight as you stopped to say hello. You wished me well. You couldn't tell that I'd been crying over you, crying over you. But you said so long, left me standing all alone, alone and crying, crying. crying, crying. It's hard to understand, but the touch of your hand can start me crying.
I'm going to finish the song before the next map.
I thought that I was over you, but it's true, so true. I love you even more than I did before. But darling, what can I do? For you don't love me, and I'll always be crying over you, crying over you. Yes, now you're gone, and from this moment on, I'll be crying, 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 crying. I'm crying, crying over you.
There we go. Nobody did it like Roy Orbison. Nobody does it like Roy Orbison. Then or now. I think I've got one more map in me. It is starting to get late. Yeah, the version with Katie Lang's great. Map 4, The River Dragon Has Come. Oh boy. Whoa, let's go. All right, there's quite a lot going on right from the word go here. Yeah, but all I can hope is that I do justice to Roy Orbison when I sing his songs. Oh. Favorite Nevermore songs. Cyber Demon embroiled in some infights. Seems to be working. Don't go that way. Oh, that was very close. I feel like these baby Cybruisers here be doing a lot more work to help me out. Right, Chair? There's a lot going on here. There we go. That's one way to start a map, though, I'll tell you. Ooh. Talk about an exciting start. Well, there's half the half the kill count already. What's that gonna do for us? So I have one secret. That sounds like it's going to be amazing, Aaron. One layer of door open. Ooh, look at that skybox. That's pretty. Love how all the health pickups look in this too. Couple large files, get things, you know, get the ball rolling. Oh, look at the plasma! Isn't that great? I don't think I'd used the plasma rifle yet. That was a delight. Oh, I think I've done that before, Skullcrow. Like some, you know, whey protein powder, cocoa powder, little, like, sweetener. Comes out, and then, like, a little baking soda. Toss it in a mug and microwave it. Comes out surprisingly good. It's like a brownie. Oh, that's what was shooting me. I just get some good stun RNG and rush it. Every Wednesday, Cat, that's what I do. So if you like Doom, you are in the right place. And if you like retro games, that's what I'm usually doing Mondays and Fridays. Always from original hardware. Lots of games you may never have heard of before. I do not often find myself playing well-known games. Whoop. Come on. Go. Where's this? Oh! Hit the switch and then immediately died. Hello, Red. Welcome on in, Raiders. What were you up to? Let me shout you out. Give me just a moment. Welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Professor Blue. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, play lots of retro games on real hardware, and lots of Doom 2 custom Megawads. And tonight, I have finished Evil Returns, so I have started Spectrum Descent. It is a new WAD by the Afternoon crew, led by Ludi. And it's very, very colorful. How is Marathon Infinity? I have only ever played the first Marathon, and I must confess I did not like it very much. So how are you making out with Infinity? Oh, perfect. Wasn't that a normal turn of phrase, like how are you making out with something? I feel like that's a normal phrase. Yeah, and one, levels are larger and more nonsensical. So basically, they saw what they did for one and said, what if we did that but made it less fun to play? If I'm understanding correctly. Now, Ren, you probably are aware, but I've got to ask, did you know there was a home port of Marathon? Though not to a very popular or successful platform. Marathon, of all things, received a port to the Apple Bandai Pippin, which was Apple's home video game console from 1996. Well, if I'm being handed all this... Okay, we're back. Jokes aside, I will probably never have an Apple Bandai Pippin. I say probably. I will freely admit, if I ever saw one at a local store for a reasonable price, I absolutely would buy it. By reasonable price, I mean like $300 or under. 'Cause there are some, up for sale online right now, but they're like $400 to $600, and that's an awful lot for a pretty much guaranteed bad system. Though I always hesitate to say that a system is bad outright. You know what, though? Thinking about it more reasonably, if I somehow ended up with a Pippin before a TurboGrafx, I feel like I would need to do, like, public penance. I would need to apologize for being a bad person if I did that. No, I did, however, pay $200 for a non-functional system recently, which is the Philips CDI that I bought. I bought it knowing it wasn't working properly. In fact, I bought it because there we go. Sorry, every now and then Twitch just doesn't handle connection very well. The Gamecom, I would say... I don't want to call it a bad platform outright, but they chose the wrong screen for it. Because the idea of a network-connectable touchscreen games console was not a bad idea at all. I have played a Gamecom before. One of its, most successful pieces of software was Lights Out, which is pretty fun and works well on the Gamecom. But it simply, the display was not up to even what the meager hardware could offer. Oh, there's the exit. Had a real nasty resistive screen that was only black and white and didn't work well. I mean, even then, though, it was 1997, Aaron. Having email on a handheld games console was a pretty big deal. No, but the CDI that I bought, I did buy knowing that it wasn't working. Oh, there are the two enemies that are left. I thought I missed them, but I did not. They were, in fact, right here. There we go. That was a fun map. The River Dragon Has Come by Mr. Freeze. Time goes by faster by your side. It's not easy to understand until I look back. Although, it doesn't mean I regret it. I just wish I could relive it all, like the first time. It's a very plaintive intermission. Let's see, map 5, Rainbow Tylenol. Oh my goodness. Look at this. So, Furrow, if the idea of playing Mahjong by email concerns you, I did something with friends once that took months and is maybe one of the stupidest ways you could play a multiplayer video game. But we played an entire game of Civilization 4 by email. Because that's an option within Civilization. You're basically emailing a save file back and forth. And that's exactly what we did for months until I won a science victory. Not a science victory. I had nuclear weapons by the 1800s and nobody wanted to play anymore after that point. So I'll call that a science victory in its own way. We did it because we all wanted to play a game of multiplayer Civ, but none of us could ever make the time to play a game of multiplayer Civ. So we did a play-by-email game. Pretty much everybody would take one turn every day or so for a long time. Yeah, it actually didn't take as long as I would have expected. So this MIDI is going nuts. So how did they do the color? Is it Voodoo Dolls for that? Or is that like... I'm not sure how the walls work here. No matter how it works, this is sick as hell, though. Oh. Hello. Animated texture, probably. I just don't know how it works. You go get that Revenant Imp. You can do it. Oh, thinking about, colorful stuff, Furrow. They do have RGB blood. Isn't it great? Here's one thing that really bothers me in fiction. Whenever you see something set in, the Middle Ages or medieval times, etc., you'll see in bad movies, in, non-historically informed, unimaginative movies, aka everything that's been made since, 2000, they make it gray. The opposite was true. They loved bright colors. The more bright colors you had somewhere, the better. Something like, the super vivid Technicolor of the 1938 Robin Hood with Errol Flynn is much more genuinely historically informed than, the dull gray, gritty reboot look that you see with fucking everything. I hate it. People didn't spend, millennia developing dyes and making colorful clothing for you to slather everything in gray. Stop it. Dyes weren't one of the most valuable things by weight in the world for no reason. It was because people wanted colors. They loved colors. We call it royal purple for a reason. Only royalty could afford that shit. Oh my god, when you see people like, I bought this house, and they show a beautiful, like, old home with beam ceilings and, like, all this gorgeous old furniture, and then, like, and we updated it, and now it's the most, like, soulless, you know, corporate minimalist looking bullshit you've ever seen in your life. It's like, what do you do? What do you do in the day? Do you go home and, like, look at a wall and think, oh, it's so nice and featureless? That's where you start wondering, like, do you have a human soul? Right, like, you've got this beautiful historic home, and you've just ruined it. And it's like, I get it if you bought a home and it was filled with tacky decor, and you stripped that out and made a more minimalist-looking place. That's fine. When you have something with, like, beautiful natural wood... Here's a question. Why did, like, my parents' generation and grandparents' generation more absolutely hate hardwood floors? So many homes, you know, built in the early 20th century that got, you know, redone in the mid-20th century. They had these beautiful hardwood floors, and they covered them up with the ugliest carpets you've ever seen in your life. Like, why? Why did you do that? You had something beautiful and hard-wearing that will last for literally hundreds of years, and you covered it up with, like, a polystyrene carpet, vinyl floor tile. I know hardwood floor is hard. That's why you put down, like, area rugs. You know, something to soften it without covering it up. We're hanging in there. There we go. So I really like a lot of brutalist architecture, because I think, you know, done well, straight lines and raw concrete look wonderful and serve purpose very well. I mean, it really just means raw concrete. That's the strictest definition. There we go. This map is sick. Oh, look at that. They're up here on a blanket, reading a little book in the forest. I think the problem for brutalism is a lot of people hear the word brutal in it and think of, you know, the English word brutal, like brutality. And it's completely unrelated to the actual architecture style. There is no relation there. But because it sounds similar, it gives people the wrong idea. I'm so on Art Deco. I think it can very easily become too much. Like, there's such a thing as over-embellished in my mind. And a lot of Art Deco hits that, like, over-ornamented spot, but without the, like Baroque architecture, which is also very, very ornamental. That's what the word means. I think looks nicer, but it all comes down to personal preference at the end of the day. The Higgins Armory is a beautiful building. I've been to Worcester a number of times. And actually, Worcester has some wonderful architecture all over the city. As most New England cities do, because they've been inhabited for, 300-400 years, get lots and lots of styles. There are some wonderful brutalist buildings very near to me that are so near that I don't want to bring them up on stream. Be a little too close to home, but they're very lovely. Right, if there's no water, it is a grotesque, not a gargoyle. Actually, if you want to see an example of some, not architecture, but a statue in Worcester that is extraordinarily funny. There is a statue right in the middle of downtown called, the Buffalo City Court building. I've been there a number of times. I love it. Albany, as well, has wonderful modernist, brutalist architecture. They won't call it brutalist, but it is. No, but look up, there is a statue in Worcester called Burnside Fountain that gained quite a lot of local infamy for the odd nature. It is a statue of a boy and a turtle. Look it up. Look up Burnside Fountain, Worcester, Massachusetts. Oh, look, they were mining to get in here. I love that. Oh, was it the one that I think Tokyo Lens went to in a video? It's got a very high ceiling, bath out in the little backyard area. So I don't like Tokyo Lens, but I like a lot of the things he covers. I can't even articulate why I don't like him, just something about him himself throws me off. But the building, I know the one you're talking about, and it was gorgeous. Right. I think that's the thing for me, is he just feels off in a way I can't articulate. Like he is deigning to show you these things, rather than being excited to share them with you. Is that really the whole map? No. Yeah, here we go. Let's have a nice fight to round things off, shall we? Okay. Oh! 4 HP in a dream, let's go. Stuff's still spawning in. Knock it off. Say, the combo of the visuals and music here are going so hard. I love it. That one chain gunner almost ended this otherwise really nice run. There we go. Now, Western Massachusetts is really gorgeous. Really, all of rural New England is stunningly beautiful. Woo! Rainbow Tylenol, that was a map and a half. And it's called PCP Homeboy. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to play this one. I need to show you a picture of Burnside Fountain, though. Give me one moment. It was actually restored pretty recently, which was nice. It's a copper statue of a, I mean, you'll see. I feel like I've shown this on stream before at some point. Because it's just one of those things that's so ridiculous. Here we go. That's Burnside Fountain. It is quite famous locally for fairly obvious reasons, I would say. I do not know the story behind it, but colloquially it's often referred to as the Turtle Boy Love statue. It is a statue of a boy riding a turtle, and that's certainly the way to describe it. I think both the face, I think it was accidental, Nanara, but that if you're ever in Worcester, Massachusetts, make sure to stop by. It's a park right in downtown. You can go visit Burnside Fountain, which does not have water in it. It used to, but they turned it off, I think. Goodness me, that is a violent start. Yikes. Actually, for any heavy metal fans in the audience, Worcester is a place you've probably been or wanted to go to before. Oh, that's E. Fantastic store. I know there's a location in Fitchburg now that I've not been to. A friend was telling me, sent me some pictures. He went recently. They look like they have a pretty good retro games section at the Fitchburg location. So I might need to make a trip that way. Whoops. Wrong way. They call it the fat asses. I love that. Oh, the really cheeked up Mothman statue bones. Am I thinking of the right one? Yeah, but Worcester is a major stop for almost every heavy metal band that goes on tour in North America on the Eastern Seaboard because of a great venue called the Palladium in downtown Worcester. I have seen many a show there, and it's a small place, so there's no bad seats. Last time I was there, a couple of years ago now, but it was to see Gwar, and I left covered in blood and bodily fluids, as one does from a Gwar show. It was great. not related to George O'Keeffe. Interesting. There we go. Okay, now we're cooking a little bit. We have no ammo. There we go. Now we have ammo. Oh, that was a bad decision. Incredibly, we're not dead. Now we're dead. I feel like Worcester is a tough sell as a place to go as a tourist. But like I said, if you're going to a show there, like the Palladium, you can't go wrong. Very, very classic heavy metal venue. A lot of good bands there. I think a lot of people don't realize, Aaron, that pretty much any real librarian you've ever met has a master's degree in library sciences. Like, it's pretty much required for the job. Now, librarian is a formal title. Librarians do... It's the pop culture image of the librarian, like at the circulation desk, has done great damage to the actual concept of libraries. So librarians are very often, you know, researchers and so much more. This map is sick. This whole lot is sick. I did consider for a time doing my master's in library sciences. Ultimately decided against it, but it was something I had thought about. Mostly just because there's only so many job opportunities, you know, for decently paid library work. Minored in CS. I know a surprising number of people who did a comp sci and philosophy double major. For any comp sci folks out there, is that a common combo? Because I personally know 3 people who did that. And I don't know if I just know some statistical outliers, or if that's a relatively common combo. So I could see why it's a good combo. Oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot. Oh, there we go. Fights here are no joke. Let's go. Whew. That was a lot right there. Funny, every now and then I will get, you know, tapped by people I know to help with computer related things, because I'm generally, you know, tech savvy and competent. But it's like for a nonprofit I work with and on whose board I serve, I've been like rebuilding their database. It's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm learning as I go. But one thing I've learned is that being able to look something up and apply it is a superpower to a lot of people. Because I've learned, particularly of the generation preceding mine, shall we say, the people still hanging on there in the workforce in their 60s and whatnot. If they don't know something, they just don't know it, and it doesn't cross their mind to just look it up and do it. Like, come on. I feel like that's very simple to do. But it is apparently not. And, Google is worse than useless now. It's actively giving people wrong information. Right. If you don't know how to do something, well, look it up. Learn how to do it. There's also so many excellent resources on, YouTube for literally any topic you can think of. You can find, a high-quality, genuine tutorial for stuff. Like I've mentioned before, I like repairing old audio equipment. Turntables, cassette decks, stereo receivers. And video game consoles. I've repaired quite a lot of those. My starting point is the mentality of, well, it's already broken, so I'm not going to make it worse by, trying to fix it. And if I do make it worse, it doesn't matter because it didn't work anyway. I will take a video in addition to documentation as my preference, Aaron. Though I do dislike when something short and simple that should just be a paragraph. If you need to learn how to solder, here's my best recommendation. Just start doing it on, fairly minor, small projects at first. But don't be afraid, because anything you do with solder, you can undo just as easily. It's inherently reversible, which is its great strength. Man, these fights get nasty. Wondering, what's my best approach here? Don't get stuck behind people, for one. Nope. Just leave. So, even a cheap soldering iron, all they do, they just get hot. You don't have to overthink it, they just get hot. So go to your local Ace Hardware. Say, hey, I really, ask them, be like, I'm looking for a beginner's soldering kit. With the soldering iron, some wire, and some braid, to help take up solder. They will set you up. It probably won't cost you more than $30. I'm also just a big proponent of going to your local Ace Hardware or other, locally owned hardware store. Right, the exposed metal only gets hot, the tip, when you plug it in. It's literally just a rod that gets hot at one end. It's super duper simple. Like, the worst thing you're going to do with a soldering iron is maybe burn your finger a little bit. Just don't leave it plugged in when you're not using it. You know, you plug it in. No, I wouldn't even worry about grounding, really. It's just a little bit of metal that gets hot, you know? Like, you're not going to get zapped using a soldering iron. I mean, I wouldn't rush to buy a, $3 one off Temu or whatever, but it's quite a fight, Ozelia. How you doing? Right, start small. If you have a, like Sega Game Gear that needs to be recapped, that's a nice, easy project. They even sell little kits that have all the caps you need. Good Lord. Let's see. Dr. Smasher. I am going to force you... Oh, threaten these horrible enemies. All of you enemies down in this lava pit, we might already be in hell. I'm dragging you down deeper with me. Oh, that sucks. Hope you're feeling well, at least. Still demon slaying. This will probably be my last map for the night. It is getting quite late for me. Almost out of plasma. Oh my god. This is just a really tough fight. Part of me feels like clearing out the imps and trying to make forward progress is the way to go. And like sneak up here, but then I'd have to get through all that mess. No way. Right, just take some, busted electronics and start messing around. Right, watch me get the BFG after. Or the BFG is the one secret on the map, which I have not found. Always possible. I love that, like, super loud Revenant Nope. I've actually done all right on secret hunting so far in this WOD, surprisingly. Just, not in this map yet. What? I haven't even looked. I don't think there are any secrets in this part. No, though, there is health. I don't need to start the fight as disadvantaged as I was. I don't think there's any other way from here. That looks awesome. now let's try a little more health to start. Right, a beautiful vista before we turn it into a killing field. Oh god. The instant face rocket was not helping. So now I know I'm getting tired. Oof. Nope, nope, nope. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Oh. Yeah, the thing is, I have nowhere I can hide, basically, during their infighting. So I'm wondering, should I just try to sneak through this way as quickly as I can? Feels like that might be the move. Thing is, they don't all spawn in at once, so I can't just super quickly take out one side or the other, much as I would like to. Oh! The imps are easier to break through, but also less dangerous. And I think this is probably the way I want to be going. Really, I want just to, as quickly as I can, try to get up onto the ledge to try to get some more maneuverability going. Nope. Yeah, if I get stuck like that, that's game over. I'm gonna try something a little different. That didn't work. I do wonder if I'm making it harder on myself somehow by not realizing some kind of maybe trick. That's not the way. Ooh, I got scratched by the Hell Knight there. Big imp got me. Okay, I feel like it's gotta be the Revenants first. Because they're absolutely more dangerous. Right, this is a super well-designed fight because every single element works in concert with every other element to clog up, any channel of free movement imaginable. Make it really hard to use the tools you've got. So like that time I was trying to take out the pain elementals as quickly as I could. Then opens me up because it kind of backs me into that alcove there. Now I can start to get plasma going, work around the sides, try to keep the two groups from intermingling too much, just so I still have lines of movement. Do kind of the horseshoe technique to run around the whole group. Though I've run out of ammo and now I'm going to die. Yep. No, Plutonia is much easier than this. Oh, nope. Got stuck. really like the reworked plasma for both the appearance and the sound thing. Very nice. So close. Oh, my wrist is seizing up too. This is what I needed. Just a nice bit of space. Oh! I was closer. I don't know what I'm doing here. Nope, I'm hosed. Yep, nope. Plasma's the only thing that can cut me through a situation quickly without hurting myself. They do, but turning my backs to the Revenants, oh, it's just bad. It's all bad. What it comes down to. Oh, that was one of the best I've had so far. Because I need to open up space. Like anytime I have a big open view like that is great. Just a very frantic fight. Much less room to work than you would assume you have from the layout. This is called Spectrum Descent. There's currently, it's in release candidate 1 right now. There's a thread on Doomworld if you're interested. I don't have the link for it on hand. No, I didn't update it because I finished what I was working on. But if you go to Doomworld, you'll find it in the WOD release section. Can't get to the Mega. Ugh. While saying something, Sarzak, this is by far the best I've done, too. Go with something relaxing. Let me see. Oh, I really feel it in my left hand now. Yeah, I get carpal tunnel. Hey, Hal, welcome in. What were you up to? Welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher, do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, of which Hal has taken part, and play lots of Doom 2 custom Megawads and retro games. And tonight, I have been getting my ass whipped in this new WAD Spectrum Descent. Also, I've got to sing a song. So let me see what I've got.
Hello, hello.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Caro WS9. Painting some Plague Marines, very nice. Let's see. What kind of song do I want to sing? Know what? We're going with Nice Oldies, which fits the Doom much better than you would think. So, you know, Simon and Garfunkel for our slaughter times.
When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down.
Hey, we did it. Oh, that was by my old one. I should have known.
When you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down.
Oh, I understand the gimmick. The red parts are too hot to walk on.
Sail on, silver girl, sail on by. time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Oh, if you need a friend, I am sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind.
There we go. That was fun. Do I want to sing My Sweet Lord? Nah. You know what? Let's sing Boomer J-Pop. I believe it's the first Japanese song to chart on the U.S. charts. All the way back in 1963. Well, I was playing better that time because I knew what to expect.
上を向いて歩こう、涙がこぼれないように思い出す春の日、一人ぼっちの夜、上を向いて歩こう、滲んだ星を数えて思い出す夏の日、一人ぼっちの夜、幸せは雲の上に、幸せは空の上に、上を向いて歩こう、涙がこぼれないように泣きながら歩く、一人ぼっちの夜、思い出す秋の日、一人ぼっちの夜、悲しみは星の影に、悲しみは月の影に、上を向いて歩こう、涙がこぼれないように泣きながら歩く、一人ぼっちの夜、一人ぼっちの夜、
This level's gimmick is really hard. Taking damage anytime you're not standing on the blue. Whoops. There we go. That's enough singing for now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the raid, Hal, and thank you for the follow, Fractal. I think I missed you there. Let me put the game audio back on so you can hear what the MIDI for this level actually sounds like. It really seems like the flow to this map is going to be making excursions for, you know, resources and trying to balance that against stepping onto the hot spots. Oh god. So many unsafe sight lines. Map is hard. It's like I need health, but I can't. Oh god, it's 10 damage too. This is tough. It's a genius level map concept. No denying that. It's also just hard as balls. I wonder, can I can. If I do a little sneaky bit of platforming, I can stay in the safe zone. That's sneaky of me. A little devious. I think that's going to be the way to do it. Oh god, the Arachnotron. Alright, let's try... out and back, so we don't get shredded by both the hit scanners and the damaging floor. So if anybody doesn't know what I mean when I say hit scanners, that's the way that bullet-based, so basically non-projectile attacks in Doom, things like the Archviles targeting, the bullets from the soldier, you know, Zombie Man, Sergeant, Heavy Chain Gunner, all that. Those work on what's called hit scan, which is if they're pointing at you, basically fires an invisible beam that travels instantly to your location. And that was generally how bullets were handled in video games for the longest time, because doing anything else wasn't really feasible mathematically. Oh, there is a pocket of safety in here. Well, safety's relative. Try to clear it out with the chain gun a bit. And I will grab that health and make my way up. Try to get in. Actually, the Berserk might be my best friend here for a sec. Yup. Shockingly, that has sort of worked. Nope. I'm stuck by something. I don't know what I got stuck on there. Don't have the resources to mess around. This is a really hard map. Again, like genius level concept for a map. Extremely high difficulty in reality. Like how there's health just like scattered around. Go sacrifice a little health to try to clear out this godforsaken island in the middle so I can use it. Oh my god. Alright. There we go. What a map. Brutally punishing gameplay concept. huge, huge sight lines for all the enemies, basically. Just any kind of navigation of the map brings on danger and or death. Oh, there are rad suits. Oh, that's huge. And a mega and a rad suit. Okay. We can start to cook now. Wild map. God, we only have one key. Shit, I need to get up that way. This is like a psychotic map. Needless to say, I'm into it. I feel like hit scans have their place in games, but I'm not sad that we've largely moved away from them. We don't want to get splattered by Cybruiser. Well, that was pretty funny. Seeing that Cybruiser projectile come flying in. Alright, time for the red key. It's going to be over hereabouts, I imagine. There it is. Good lord, that's a firing squad up there. Shit. Oh my god. This is so hard. Just nope, I can't cheese that one. Though if I stand right here, I'm safe from the hit scanners. No, I'm not. Not quite. We're just spawning in en masse. Wild shit. This is some doom. Well, I know what I'm playing next week, and it's this. Spectrum Descent, this WAD is called. Oh, hello, Archvile. Oh, I'm out of rad suit. Because this is a 16 map WAD, so I'll be about a third of the way through tonight. There we go. Oh. Oh wait, I have my other key. There's a mega. Let's go. Lord. Well, that was quite the welcome they gave me. Oh, I died of exposure. Died from the heat. Three Archviles, we can deal with them. I was expecting something like that. If not that exactly. Grab these. I feel like there's sufficiently little map left that I can be a bit more aggro. Archviles first. Always deal with Archviles first. Good lord. Yeah, this WAD is definitely on the more challenging side. So this room is just going to cook you very literally. So I think the health on the sides of the room need to be like your timer. For how long you have in the room. Okay, that's huge. Oh my god. that was a face rocket what killed me. So the very center is so hot that it's even killing the demons that walk in. If I can get over here, I'll win. Because if they walk in the center, they die. Holy shit. Wow. I'm fully prepared for another, like, Archvile jump scare. Oh no, even better. Cybruiser. Oh, I don't like that I'm... Oh, okay. That was the end. That was if I wanted to go back. Self-Immolate by Yumheart lives up to the name. What a map! It says Yuri G by Taviao. But know what? I'm gonna call it here for the night. Let me bring it back to my office because it is past midnight now. Let me get some background music on, and I can feel my my left hand seizing up. So let me get some music on, and I'll let you know what I've got going on for the rest of the week. Hey, thank you for the follow, Gideon Wells. Look, I have a wrist brace for that very purpose. Let me get out of the dooming attire, though. Put on some nice, relaxing background music here. Oh, dooming is sweaty work. I don't need the don't need my hat. There we go. All right, everybody. So, for the rest of the week, Friday, normal time, 6 p.m. Eastern, I will be streaming some retro. Not sure what yet. Maybe that itchy and scratchy mini golf game I got for Game Boy. If by some chance the part I'm waiting for my CDI comes in early, I will play that. I doubt it. It's probably not going to come in until end of the month. It's just a CDM 12.1 laser assembly, which is a standard off-the-shelf part, but shipping's just going to take a long time. Then Saturday. This is very exciting. Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, I will be having a blind race on this channel, as in neither myself nor the other VTuber participating have played the game. I will be racing Frogger for the PS1, which is a wild reimagining of Frogger. We'll be playing that with my friend Ringleader Woozle. If you do not follow him, you should, because he's a very funny guy. He doesn't get to stream as much these days due to real-life obligations, but he will be joining me here on this channel on Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. The PlayStation 1 Frogger. We've heard a lot about it. Mostly confusing things. So I'm very excited for that. And this will be the first time I think Woozle and I have raced a game head-to-head in 2 years. Last time was Bubsy 3D, also on PS1. Now, whenever Woozle and I have raced a game, we have always made a bet with each other. You know, winner has to play something, loser has to play something. Now, he has made me play several Eminem's licensed games. No, I came in third in a two-person race, Aaron. Thank you very much. And that's just because Dot is crazy good at video games. Oh, hold on. I know where we're going tonight. I was just looking at who's playing. Voxandra's playing a Quest 64 randomizer, so we gotta go hang out with her. Did you know there was a randomizer for Quest 64? Well, now you do. No, so give me ideas of, I did come in fourth, but that was a 3-person race, Hanabi. Shanaha smoked both of us, and we fully expected that. Also, I've asked Woozle if he would want to race 16 Star again, and he emphatically declined, because he knows he would get demolished. He knows he only squeaked by because I messed up, not his own merits at all. But that's what I've got going on for the rest of the week. It's going to be a very good time. Hope you all have a great week, and I will see you Friday at 6 o'clock for for some retro fun. Maybe I'll give Artie Lightfoot another chance, because I was too drunk to give it a fair shake last time. And I won't be drinking this Friday. So we'll see. Either way, let's go. Oh no, let's raid and tear. I forgot a raid message entirely. If you've got my emotes, use them. If you don't, use whatever is suitable. I mean, maybe I'll have, a couple beers, but not a lot, Because I got to be in peak fighting shape to take Woozle down on Saturday. But that's going to do it for me tonight. I'm tired. My left hand is starting to hurt. Have a great night, everybody, and I will see you on Friday.